wait. Before you go lurking, the Twitch integration system has been implemented in Rusty's game. Hold on. So there's a you guys can do stuff now. Okay, so press join. I mean, not press. Go join, exclamation point join. Do it. Press join. Yeah. Ah! Oh my god, it's you! Wait, where's the other guys? Did Phil only spawn? Is Phil the only spawner? only Phil spawned. It's not! Any benefits? So you can water things. You can plant things. You can harvest things. I should make like an easier doc for you guys. Here, I'm gonna just send it to you because I haven't set it up myself. But the commands are all there. The game only likes Phil. Only Phil is allowed to play, actually. It is still very new, okay? So we got it, you know. Oh, it says... Okay, sorry. Okay, now try again. It was on subscribers only. That's why. Okay, try again. There! Worked! Wow! You're so tiny! They juice! Oops. They're so cute. What's that big maggot thing? he upgrades things. So it's a really simple thing. You can check if you look on the document, on the commands, you can do only a few things, but it's kind of cute anyways. Here, how about let's start a new farm? The document, did you see the link that I sent above you? The document. How do I load a new game? Main menu. Alright, we're gonna do a new game. Oh, look, okay. Wait, how come the other ones are locked? Maybe they're not unlocked yet. Oh, look, I can do it on the side now! There's a blossom forest, guys. Doesn't even have 19... You can't brawl to the death. Okay, let's create a new one, okay? This way, you guys can really harvest this as your own game, you know? It can really be made your own. Okay, now join again. Wait, am I connected? Hold on. Okay, now join again. Oh, dang it. Okay, never mind. Don't join yet. Where's my button thing? I need to connect it to. Copy. Peace. Okay, now we're connected. Now we're connected. Okay, now totally join. Can I join myself? Oh, I can! Oh, wait, sorry. I still haven't... Okay, now join! Alright, so then you can do what you want to do. So there's join, you can leave if you want to. You can plant, which is probably good. You can water. I'm gonna plant. Plant. And then you'll start planting random seeds. Here, I'll make a little bit more of these guys. And then you can water. Actually, I think it just does things. I want to be pink. No, I want to be gold. I like being gold. It's cute. Look at you guys working so hard. And then if you want to help Rusty, you can do, what is it? Build. No! You guys are old people. It's Rusty's retirement home. Silly gooses. I'm gonna pin this. Just kidding. I still can't pin things. Plant. Cookie. No cookie! No cookie. Here. I want you guys to be able to see it a little better. So the main ones, it seems, is water, harvest, biofuel. Guys, biofuel is important, okay? So there's plant, water, not Bioshock, harvest, biofuel, and build. Those are the ones we have unlocked right now. Not dementia! Oh, I get it, because you did it twice. That's not funny. We shouldn't laugh at that. Look at you guys working so hard. Actually, not, like, nobody's working right now except Phil. I'm not pinning it! Oh, wait, pinning this. It's not letting me pin it. Hold on. Let me go on to my actual channel. Wait, I know how to do this. No, just kidding, I can't. What are we laughing at? Juice! There. Alright, now it's pinned. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted pinned. I wanted this one pinned, please. Thanks. Yes. Alright, there we go. There we go. I guess I should have also added join, but if somebody tries to do something, tell them that they have to join, okay? Hearts! Thank you! Hi, Cordy! Cordy, are you gonna join my farm? Everybody's working really hard. I think it'll set it as your primary task, which means, you will default to only doing that thing. Likely. See how Phil's now harvesting, but Petering is doing literally nothing because he was probably planting before? Hi, Random! Wait, you have to join first. I knew it. I should have added the thing join. Join, plant, water, harvest, biofuel, build. Is biofuel not working? Did I write it wrong? Oh, we might not have enough to do the biofuel yet. For the biofuel, you need to have some 3 things. Yeah, we just need more bodies. But by bodies, I mean... Oh, see, look, Petering put something there. You can't really see because he's standing over it. But he did put something there. I should have just gone with the bit. But then you wouldn't be able to water the plants. That was me. I didn't want to hear myself. Yuck. Yes. Alright. There we go. Okay. Do you guys even see it? It's so small. All right. Thanks for trying out my little farm, guys. Wait, am I not planting? Start planting, no. The heck? Plant. Sheesh. All right. Today we're reading Warrior Cats. That's the main goal of today. What happened last time? That's a good question. Previously on Warrior Cats. So they've came back from their big journey to the mountains, to the tribe. Nobody really cared that they were away. They just went back to normal. People were grumpy, mostly Lion Paw. I think Lion Paw was the most grumpiest because he wanted to brag about how good he was at fighting, how he went like crazy. And nobody was asking him, so he couldn't show off, and it was really sad for him. And what else? Literally, I don't think anything else happened that was exciting. Toadkit got stung. Oh, Lion Paw, he did speak to Tiger Star again, and he was trying to explain to Tiger Star that he was part of a big prophecy, and then Tiger Star was like, ugh, Fire Star prophecy. And then Lion Paw got sad. No, he got mad. And then he attacked Hawkfrost. And so they started training again. Hollypaw's been a little weird for a while. We're not sure why she's feeling weird yet. I don't think so. Oh, we did learn that Lion Paw... We also learned that Lion Paw is good at hunting, too. Or maybe he's not good at hunting, but his, like... He's able to jump really... Like... He's just really fit, you know? Like, he can, like, really, like, throw himself. He did, like, this really intense long jump, and he landed right on the prey, and then people... Or not, sorry, people. Cats were like, wow, Lion Paw, how'd you do that? And he was like, well, it was nothing, actually. Because it wasn't nothing. Because he's a prophecy cat. He's a heckin' Chonkaruno, exactly. And what else happened? So at the end of when we stopped, the apprentices, some of the apprentices were going on their assessment to become warriors, and Cloudtail came asking Leafpool if it was a good idea to have Cinderpaw be part of the assessment. Like, was she ready to become a warrior? How's her leg doing? And they were like, yeah. Or she was like, yeah, that's fine. She's good. And then Jaypaw was like, is she though? And so he asked Hollypaw and Lionpaw to come with him while he spies on them while they're doing their assessment to make sure that Cinderpaw's actually okay. And then while they were spying, she tried to jump over a log and then her knee buckled apparently, and she fell, and then she's in pain and she's really sad. And luckily Jaypaw was there to help. And then they brought her back to the clan, and that's what happened. People were... Yeah. Everyone's upset now. But Jaypaw is showing he's calm. He's maturing. Here, I'll read the last bit of the chapter so we can really grasp Jaypaw's maturity. He's still a little edgy, but you know. Hi, Pumpkin! Where we go? Jaypaw listened as Cinderpaw's breathing slowed and deepened. Leafpool sat motionless beside her, and only when Cinderpaw finally drifted into sleep did she turn away. It's your birthday! Happy birthday, Pumpkin! Sorry, guys, I had to stop reading. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Pumpkin! Happy birthday to you! And many more. I hope you have a good day. Back to reading. Surprise prickled from her when she saw Jaypaw. Are you still here? Jaypaw sat up, stiff from crouching so long. I wouldn't leave while we had a patient. I thought you'd gone out with the others, Leafpool murmured absently. You shouldn't have told Cloudtail she was ready for her assessment. That's not for you to judge, Leafpool's voice quavered. You didn't even watch a training session to make sure she was fully fit. You don't understand. I do, Jaypaw answered quietly. He nodded towards the cave entrance, beckoning Leafpool inside. She followed him to the bramble patch. No one would overhear them there. Jaypaw took a deep breath. I know you want Cinderpaw to become a warrior as soon as possible. You don't want her to suffer the same fate as Cinderpelt. What's wrong with that? Leafpool demanded. Not being able to become a warrior broke Cinderpelt's heart. There are worse fates. You're obsessed with the past, Jaypaw warned her. You want to make sure everything turns out the way you think it should. I just want to do what's right. You can't always do the right thing, no matter how much you want to. I know. Grief pulsed from his mentor sharper and deeper than Jaypaw expected, but I'll always try. Very mature of you, Jaypaw. Okay. Chapter 6. Hollypaw watched the dawn sky lighten. Was it too early to visit Cinderpaw? Leafpool had shooed her away the night before. Her patients had been sleeping. Or her patient, not her patience. The thorn barrier rustled. The dawn patrol was returning. Graystripe and Dustpelt padded into the camp, followed by Whitewing and Icepaw. Whitewing was trying to persuade her apprentice to be quiet. You've been chattering nonstop since we left, she scolded. We're home now, and your clanmates are still sleeping. I'm only asking Graystripe if I could go with him to tell Firestar. It had been Icepaw's first dawn patrol, and the young apprentice was fizzing with energy. This is serious news, Graystripe flicked Icepaw's ear gently with his tail. I'm not sure Firestar will want you bouncing around his den while he hears it. Hollypaw pricked her ears. What news? She patted forward. You'll know soon enough, Graystripe called as he followed Dustpelt up the rocks to the high ledge. Disappointed, Hollypaw turned away and stared at the medicine cat's den. I'll just peek in and see if anyone's awake. She padded to the cave and nosed her way through the brambles that covered the entrance. Blinking to adjust to the half-light, she saw Leafpool mixing herbs by a cleft in the rock. Hollypaw entered the den. Is that for Cinderpaw? She whispered. Leafpool nodded without looking up. Yes, it is. I've come to see her, Hollypaw explained. Is she awake? A croaking mew sounded from a nest in the shadows. Been awake for ages. Cinderpaw sounded in pain. Hollypaw hurried over to her friend's nest. The gray apprentice lay awkwardly on the moss, her injured legs sticking out, her eyes dull. Leafpool padded across the cave and dropped a mouthful of leaves beside the nest. Hollypaw gazed anxiously at the medicine cat. Is she okay? She's wrenched a muscle in her leg. In that case, she needs to start using it, Hollypaw mewed brightly, to build up her strength. Easy for you to say, Hollypaw grumbled. Come on, try stretching it, Hollypaw encouraged. Trembling, Cinderpaw strained to move her leg. I can't! Hollypaw's heart lurched. Cinderpaw had never sounded so miserable. It's bound to be stiff, Leafpool told her. Hollypaw narrowed her eyes. There was sharpness in the medicine cat's voice. Was she frustrated that Cinderpaw was making such a fuss? Try stretching it again, Leafpool meowed. Yes, Hollypaw agreed. The sooner you start moving around, the better. Screwing up her face, Cinderpaw struggled to her feet. Try putting a little weight on it, Leafpool suggested. Cinderpaw gingerly pressed her paw to the ground. Ow! She flopped back onto her nest. It hurts too much, and I'm too tired. Eat these herbs. Leafpool nosed the pile of leaves close to Cinderpaw's face. I'll fetch some more ointment to soothe the swelling. The medicine cat was frowning. Was she worried or upset? As Leafpool padded to the other side of the cave, Hollypaw decided to try and oh my God, there's an airplane. Hi, Ben! What did I miss? Nothing. We were mostly talking about Rusty's retirement, which is the little banner on the bottom here. And yeah, the chapters just started, really. I just like literally maybe I'm 2 pages in. Let's see. As Leafpool padded to the other side of the cave, Hollypaw decided to try to distract her friend. Icepaw's been on her first patrol. Really? Cinderpaw sounded uninterested. Hollypaw searched for something else to tell her. Should she share what Brambleclaw had told her last night? She's gonna find out anyways. Firestar's giving Poppypaw and Honeypaw their warrior names today. Cinderpaw turned her head away and closed her eyes. It'll be your turn soon, Hollypaw promised. I just want to sleep, Cinderpaw muttered without opening her eyes. Okay. Feeling wretched, Hollypaw padded to the entrance. Don't forget to eat those herbs, she called over her shoulder. Cinderpaw merely grunted, and Hollypaw pushed her way through the brambles. Jaypaw was headed towards the den. Hollypaw greeted him. You're up early. I've been checking on Millie. He halted beside her. Were you visiting Cinderpaw? Yeah. Hollypaw sighed. She seems even worse than the last time she hurt her leg. She'll feel better when the swelling goes down. Will she be able to walk again? Hollypaw's ears twitched. She realized with a jolt that she was terrified of the answer. Jaypaw blinked. Of course she will. She's only wrenched her leg. She should heal quicker this time. Is that true? Hollypaw searched his face. But Cinderpaw won't even try to move. Last time we could hardly keep her still. She's just upset. Jaypaw mewed. She was so close to making warrior, but now she's gotta wait. But Leafpool seemed really worried. Leafpool. Jaypaw snorted angrily and padded past her into the den. Surprised, Hollypaw watched him go. Had he fallen out with his mentor? But what have they got to fall out over? Hollypaw! Foxpaw's excited mew made her spin around. The young apprentice nearly crashed into her as she skidded to a halt. Firestar's gonna give Poppypaw and Honeypaw their warrior names! Hollypaw looked up at the high ledge and saw Firestar gazing down at the clearing. Let all cats old enough to catch their own prey gather together, he called. Thornclaw and Sandstorm were already waiting below the high ledge with Honeypaw and Poppypaw. The young cats looked sleek and shiny from close grooming, and their eyes sparkled. Hollypaw turned to join Lionpaw at the edge of the clearing. Her paws were tingling. She was only a moon younger than Poppypaw and Honeypaw. It would be her turn next. "Can you imagine what it would feel like to be made a warrior?" she whispered to Lionpaw. Lionpaw puffed out his chest. "Every cat'll take us seriously then," he meowed. Millie, swollen-bellied, padded from the nursery and looked hopeful around the camp. Her eyes lit up when she spotted Graystripe gulping down a mouse beside the hat-frock. He looked up, swallowing. "Sorry," he burped, hurrying to her side. "I was hungry after the patrol." He looked anxiously at her. "Have you eaten?" Millie licked his cheek. "Poppypaw brought us fresh kill earlier," she assured him. They padded to the edge of the clearing, which buzzed with chatter as the clan gathered for the naming ceremony. Mousefur padded stiffly from the elder's den, Longtail beside her. It was hard to tell who was guiding whom. At this rate, there won't be any apprentices left to fetch moss from my new nest," Mousefur complained. Icepaw was bouncing past the elder and stopped to gaze earnestly up at her. "I'll always fetch you the softest moss, Mousefur," she promised, "even when I'm a warrior." Mousefur purred. "Get away with you." She affectionately shooed the young apprentice away with her muzzle. Hollypaw nudged Lionpaw. "Icepaw must be crazy." Lionpaw's whiskers twitched with amusement. Cloudtail and Brightheart had settled in the shadow beneath the high ledge. Thornclaw and Sandstorm nodded a greeting to them. The two mentors had backed away from Poppypaw and Honeypaw, and their fur splayed untidily against the rock face. They clearly wanted to give Sorreltail and Breakinfur room to fuss over their kits. Sorreltail was giving Poppypaw's ears a fierce lick. "I want you looking nice," she meowed as Poppypaw scooted backwards, out of reach. Breakinfur purred. "She looks fine." His proud gaze switched to Honeypaw. "They both do." Sorreltail looked at her paws, sadness glazing in her eyes. Molekit should be here too. Her only tomkit had died of green cough before he was out of the nursery. "And Cinderpaw." Cloudtail glanced towards the medicine den. The White Warrior's whiskers twitched as the bramble at the entrance stirred, then drooped as Leafpool emerged. Hollypaw guessed he had been hoping that Cinderpaw would come to watch the ceremony. Tail flicking, Sorreltail left her kits and hurried to Leafpool's side. "Is she okay?" "She's fine," Leafpool assured her friend. "Otherwise I wouldn't have left her." Hollypaw noticed that the worry in the medicine cat's eyes didn't match the lightness of her tone. To Hollypaw's surprise, Sorreltail nuzzled Leafpool's flank. "It must remind you of Cinderpelt's accident," she murmured. Leafpool's eyes grew round, as though she'd never noticed the connection before. She blinked. "That's exactly why I won't let the same thing happen to Cinderpaw." "I hope Leafpool's right this time," Cloudtail muttered to Brightheart. Brightheart pressed her muzzle against his cheek. She will be. It'll be Cinderpaw's turn before you know it." Icepaw still hadn't settled. "I can't wait till it's my turn." She's padding excitedly around her brother outside the circle of cats. "I want to be called Ice Storm. Do you think we get to choose?" "Firestar chooses," Foxpaw mewed. "But I hope he chooses Foxcatcher for me." "That's a terrible name," Icepaw gasped. "No, it's not. Is so." Ferncloud padded over to her two kits. "Are you arguing again?" She licked Icepaw's head, flattening a bit of the fur that was sticking up like a tuft of grass. "Foxpaw started it," as Icepaw accused. "I don't care who started it," Ferncloud meowed. "Be quiet and let Firestar speak." Icepaw looked up in alarm to find Firestar staring sternly down at her. Quickly, she hurried around the edge of the clearing with Foxpaw on her tail and sat down beside Hollypaw. Hollypaw stifled a purr as Icepaw folded her tail over her paws and tried to sit still. Firestar stepped to the edge of the high ledge. "I, Firestar, leader of ThunderClan, call upon my warrior ancestors to look down on these two apprentices." Hollypaw could feel Icepaw trembling with excitement as Firestar went on. "They have trained hard to understand the ways of your noble code, and I commend them to you as warriors in their turn." He bounded down the tumble of rocks and padded to the center of the clearing. Sandstorm nodded encouragement to Honeypaw, whose eyes were wide with apprehension. Thornclaw nudged Poppypaw forward, and the two apprentices stepped into the clearing. Poppypaw and Honeypaw, do you promise to uphold the warrior code and to protect and defend this clan, even at the cost of your lives? I do, Honeypaw breathed. I do! Poppypaw's mew nearly drowned out her sister's reply. Envy made Hollypaw's claws itch. She pushed it away. Not long to wait. Then, by the power of StarClan, I give you your warrior names. He beckoned Poppypaw with a flick of his tail. She padded towards him, chin high. Touching his muzzle to her head, Firestar pronounced, Poppypaw, from this moment you shall be known as Poppyfrost. He stepped back. StarClan honors your courage and initiative. He glanced at Honeypaw, who stepped forward in her turn. Honeypaw, you shall be known as Honeyfern. StarClan honors your intelligence and kindness. He pressed his nose between her ears. Poppyfrost! Honeyfur! The clan raised their voices to welcome the new warriors. Hollypaw cheered as loudly as she could, proud of her den mates, but her mew died away when she noticed Honeyfern glance shyly at Berrynose. No! Don't do it! Honeyfern! No, not Berrynose! Ugh. As if she wanted his approval above anyone else's, she hissed into Lionpaw's ear. I wish Honeyfern would stop mooning over that know-it-all. Lionpaw snorted. She'll be worse now that they're sharing a den again. Hollypaw glanced at her brother, surprised to hear him so scornful. After all, he'd had his fair share of heartache. Does he ever think about Heatherpaw? If only Honeyfern were looking at him instead. A relationship with her would tie him even more tightly to the clan. She remembered with a pang how close his love for Heatherpaw had come to tearing him away from them. Had he truly forgotten her? He certainly never mentioned her. That was a good sign. But then, he hadn't mentioned her when he was sneaking off to meet her in the tunnels. Cats shouldn't get so sappy over each other. Lionpaw interrupted her thoughts. It distracts them from trying to be the best warrior they can be. Relieved to hear that he finally seemed to have worked out where his loyalties lay, Hollypaw pressed closer to him. She knew how hard it had been for him to say goodbye to Heatherpaw, but it was the right thing to do. It was the only thing to do. Hi, cat! Yeah, why did they do that to Berrynose? Like, what the heck? He was fine, and then he got made a warrior, and then he was, like, the most, like, uptight butt face ever. I guess they need some sort of tension in the clans. Not everybody can get along. Ooh, Corey! I have a terry orange, but it's, like, mini eggs, so there's, like, mini eggs inside the terry orange. Berry Boy is a Bingus. There is a zoom in on the farm. Now it's even bigger, and you can see me even less. I can do this. I mean, like, if you're listening to me, I don't think you're actually looking at me, so to speak, when I'm reading. But this will be nicer. That's fine. Wait, let's see if there's any new plants. Okay then. But VOD consistency, who cares about VOD consistency? Farming all day long. Oh yeah, if you don't like keep talking in it, I guess there's an inactivity stuff. Here, let me get rid of that. Twitch. Inactivity timer. There. Make sure you rejoin if you got kicked out, because apparently it does that. Peter, and you're still here! Good work, team. Good work. Right, back to the reading. As the cheering died away, Firestar lifted his voice. Oh, once more. I'm sorry that I cannot give Cinderpaw her warrior name today, but once her leg has healed, I know the whole clan will be pleased to welcome her as a warrior. Cinderpaw! Honeyfern and Poppyfrost led the cheering this time, and Hollypaw glanced hopefully at the entrance to the medicine cat den. Had Cinderpaw peeked out to watch after all? There was no sign of the injured apprentice. Hollypaw sighed. Had she even heard the ceremony? Brambleclaw. As the cats began to melt away, returning to their duties or to their dens, Firestar called to his deputy, "Bring Sandstorm, Breakenfur, and Hollypaw with you." Hollypaw didn't wait to be summoned by her father. She hurried over to the high ledge. Graystripe was already there. Sandstorm and Breakenfur padded beside Brambleclaw to join them. What is it? Hollypaw leaned forward, her whiskers twitching with worry. Graystripe's warning flashed in her memory. This is serious news. Firestar's tone was grave. The Dawn Patrol picked up WindClan scent on our side of the border again. Graystripe nodded. And this time we found proof that they're not just chasing prey over the border, but killing it there too. A growl rumbled in Breakenfur's throat. Proof? There was fur and blood at the bottom of a tree inside our territory. Sandstorm bristled. How dare they, after the warnings we've given them? We don't know why they're doing it, Firestar meowed, but we must find out before we react. It's obvious why they're doing it, Brambleclaw burst out. They're greedy. We can't be too sure of that. Firestar remained calm. We should post a patrol at the borders, Sandstorm declared, and attack them next time they cross. Firestar glanced at his mate, narrowing his eyes. You're just a lemon. I know how you feel, Sandstorm, but that's not the best way to deal with this. I want to avoid bloodshed if we can. Sandstorm's hackles rose. They're stealing our food! And we're not going to let them get away with it, Firestar insisted. But there's no point rushing into battle before we know what's going on. Firestar glared back. Don't you fight anyone anymore? I'll fight if I have to. Firestar held her gaze. But I won't spill blood if reason can solve the problem. It's because you're looking out at me. You're gazing at me. Aw, Peterine, you're looking right at my face. Aw, so cute. Viewing the stream twice, yeah. Double, triple even with your pop cup. We've tried reasoning with WindClan before, Brambleclaw argued. You act like they're still our allies. Firestar shook his head. I know they stopped being our allies long ago. Wistfulness clouded his gaze. The clans are all rivals now. Hollypaw stared at her leader. Is he remembering the great journey? 6 cats from the clans traveled together to save them all. Or perhaps he was thinking of their most recent trek into the mountains. Hollypaw felt a tremor of doubt. Perhaps that journey hadn't been such a good idea. Perhaps the blurring of the clans had led to the blurring of borders. And if borders were blurred, how could prey be shared fairly? There had to be rules, or only those who were prepared to fight all the time would survive. That was why StarClan wanted them to live by the warrior code. We need the warrior code as much as we need food and water. Hollypaw dug her claws into the ground. The clans depended on the code. It was as simple as that. So, what's your plan? Brambleclaw asked. I want you to go to 1 Star, Firestar told him. Take Sandstorm, Breakenfur, and Hollypaw. Find out why he's doing this. Tell him we're increasing border patrols, and that if we catch any prey thieves, we'll deal with them, claws unsheathed. Very well. Brambleclaw agreed. We'll leave at once. The deputy turned and headed for the gorse tunnel, Breakenfur and Sandstorm at his heels. I've got to tell Ninepaw what's happening. Hollypaw scanned the clearing. Her brother's tail was sticking out of the elder's den. He must be cleaning out their nests. She darted towards him. His backside wriggled as he flung old bedding over his shoulder. Balls of moss showered around him, and he was grumbling to himself. Mousefur was right. A wad flew past Hollypaw's ears. There aren't enough apprentices to do all the chores, and it'll be ages till Rosekid and Toadkid are made paws. Thank you for the follow, Pope Francie! I'm going to WindClan territory, Hollypaw hissed. Linepaw's tail disappeared as he whipped around. Why? We're gonna warn One Star to keep out of our territory. He flexed his claws. I wish I were going. Brambleclaw's impatient mew sounded from the thorn tunnel. Hollypaw! I'll tell you all about it when I get back. Hollypaw dashed away and followed the patrol through the tunnel. The forest was gloomy. No sunlight flickered through the trees. The sky hung dull and gray above them. The air tasted musty, of dying leaves and rotting bark, and the ground was soft and mushy beneath Hollypaw's pads. Leafall was closing in, and Brambleclaw and Sandstorm charged ahead. As Brambleclaw and Sandstorm charged ahead, Hollypaw stopped to clean the mud from between her claws on the deeply ridged bark of a fallen tree. Hello, how are you? my no scalpel. It's a fan favorite. I'm good. Today we're reading Warrior Cat, so I won't really be chatty much unless I'm between chapters. This is an exception because I've been pretty hyper and I've been talking between chapters, even though I shouldn't. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Thank you for the lift, Phil. Where was I? Breakenfur halted beside her. You're wasting your time, he meowed. We've still got to cross the moor. But it feels icky, she complained. You can give them a good cleaning when we get home. Breakenfur flicked his tail towards Brambleclaw and Sandstorm as they disappeared over the crest of the slope. Hurry up, we don't want to get left behind. Hollypaw raced after her mentor as they caught up to the others at the edge of the forest. As they padded out from the trees, the wind flattened Hollypaw's fur. It tasted of rain. She narrowed her eyes against the buffeting breeze. Below them, the land sloped down to the border. Clumps of heather dotted the hillside as woodland gave way to moorland. Why didn't we go to the border inside the forest? She asked. We get a better view this way, Brambleclaw told her. We should be able to spot a WindClan patrol far inside their territory and call to it without setting paw onto their land. As he led the way to the border, Hollypaw opened her mouth, tasting for the sense of WindClan markers. The grass beneath her paws grew coarse. She tried to detect the scent line, but a tangier smell was filling her nose. Hollypaw curled her lip. What's that stench? Sheep. Breakenfur plunged through the swath of heather crossing their path. Of course. Hollypaw struggled through the heather and emerged on the other side. She recognized the fuzzy shapes on the hillside. Why are there so many? They swarmed across the moor like clouds across dusty green sky. Must have been a good season for them, Breakenfur guessed. Brambleclaw halted. Here's the border. Hollypaw sniffed at the heather and detected the stale scent of WindClan. Sandstorm's ears pricked. Dogs! Hollypaw stiffened. Half blinded by the piercing wind, she peered at the distant hillside rising up the gray horizon. She could make out the shape of black and white dogs streaking over the heather. A two-leg stood close by, waving its forelegs and whistling like a shrill bird giving alarm. Are the dogs hunting the two-legs? She watched more closely. No. The two-legs seemed to be using the dogs to hunt the sheep. When it pointed with his forelegs, the dog chased the animals across the grass, sending them into a frightened, bleeding huddle. With any luck, the sheep would keep the dogs distracted long enough for the patrol to make it to the WindClan camp. Brambleclaw was scouring the slope. No sign of WindClan, he meowed, and judging by their markers, they haven't been here for a while. That's because they've been too busy hunting in our forest, Sandstorm growled. Should we go back and tell Firestar? Breakenfur wondered. Brambleclaw flexed his claws, not without speaking to One Star. He padded across the border and, with a flick of his tail, ordered the patrol to follow. Hollypaw's heart was racing as she followed Breakenfur through the heather into WindClan territory. The wind tugged at her fur as Brambleclaw led them on, chin high, ears pricked for danger. As they crossed a muddy dip and began to climb the slope beyond, Hollypaw felt more and more wary. Something was wrong. She tasted the air, wrinkling her nose against the sheep stench. Where were the birds and rabbits? She sniffed again. No wind clan, no birds, no rabbits. It was as though the land had been deserted by everything but the sheep and the dogs. Brambleclaw halted suddenly, his hackles rising. Alarmed, Hollypaw looked up. A boulder rose like a giant paw from the grassy slope, and on it she saw the shape of a cat silhouetted against the hillside. Wind Clan! Stay where you are! Hollypaw recognized Hairspring, a young brown and white Tom. He crouched, bristling, and glared down at them. Isn't there enough prey in ThunderClan territory? How dare he accuse us? Sandstorm hissed. Careful, Brambleclaw whispered. We are on his territory. 2 more cats appeared. Beside Hairspring, Ashfoot, the Wind Clan deputy, and Owl Whisker. The wind slicked their fur, but there was no doubt they were angry. Their eyes glittered with rage. Before Ashfoot could speak, Brambleclaw took a step forward. We've come to speak to One Star. We've come in peace, Sandstorm assured her. Go back to your own territory, Ashfoot ordered. Brambleclaw held his ground. Not until we've seen One Star. Owl Whisker narrowed his eyes. ThunderClan should stop thinking they can come and go on Wind Clan territory as they please. The light brown Tom drew back his lips, his teeth yellow beneath. I bet you don't visit Black Star this often. Just go home, Ashfoot growled. One Star doesn't owe you any favors. Her unsheathed claws scratched white marks in the stone. Brambleclaw took another step forward. We promised Firestar we'd speak to One Star. We only want to talk. Hairspring streaked from the boulder, hurling himself through the air and skidding to a halt in front of Brambleclaw. Not another paw step! Hollypaw let her claws slide out, her muscles tensing to defend her clanmates. We want to see One Star, Brambleclaw repeated evenly. He lifted his paw to take another step forward. Hairspring lunged at him, forepaws slashing. With one swipe of his paw, Brambleclaw knocked the young warrior to the ground without unsheathing his claws. Ouch! Ooh, that's gotta burn. Pinning him there, Brambleclaw glared up at Ashfoot. We come in peace, he growled through clenched teeth. Ashfoot leapt down, staring in dismay at her fallen clanmate. Please let him go, she begged. Hollypaw was startled by the desperation in her voice. Brambleclaw stepped back and let Hairspring scramble to his paws. The young warrior hissed at the ThunderClan deputy. Panic flashing in her eyes, Ashfoot weaved between the 2 warriors. You really have to go, she meowed, half pleading. One Star has nothing to say to you. Brambleclaw hesitated, then nodded. Turning away, he flicked his tail. At a signal, Hollypaw fell in beside her clanmates, and the patrol headed back towards the border. Hollypaw was bristling with indignation. It's so unfair, she snapped at Breakinfur. We haven't stolen any prey. We only came to give One Star a chance to explain himself. Breakinfur didn't respond. Don't you think they seem thin? He wondered out loud. Wind Clan cats are always thin. And yet, thinking back, Hollypaw realized that he was right. The 3 Wind Clan warriors had seemed even skinnier than usual. Brambleclaw glanced back at Breakinfur. Could they be in trouble? It would explain why they turned us back, Sandstorm meowed. They didn't want us to see how weak the clan was, Brambleclaw guessed. Hollypaw remembered the absence of rabbit scent and birds. But what's happened to all their prey? No other clan was fast enough to steal rabbits from Wind Clan territory. Breakinfur tipped his head towards the sheep and dogs mewling and barking at the distant slope. Perhaps they scared all the rabbits and birds away. Hollypaw felt her belly tighten. That doesn't mean Wind Clan can steal our prey. Things couldn't change. There had to be 4 clans around the lake. If Wind Clan's territory couldn't support them, what would happen to the other boundaries? As soon as they reached camp, Brambleclaw and Sandstorm leaped up to the high ledge to report what they'd found. Hollypaw spotted Lionpaw, tail down at the edge of the clearing. A large wad of tatty moss hung from his jaw, and scraps clung to his pelt. You're not still cleaning the Elder's Den, are you? She mewed. Lionpaw spat out the moss. I finished that ages ago, he snapped. I'm doing the nursery now. Let me help you, Hollypaw offered. I thought you were too busy going on border patrols. Hollypaw flicked her brother's ear with her tail. Don't be grumpy. I've cleaned out my fair share of nests. Guess, Lionpaw grunted. Let's get this dirty moss out of the camp and gather some fresh. She picked up a mouthful of the old moss and padded out through the thorn tunnel. Stopping at the bramble bush not far from the entrance, she dropped it. Linepaw flung his wad down beside her. I'm sick of moss! We'll be finished in no time, Hollypaw soothed. Look, there's fresh moss between the roots of that tree. Linepaw joined her as she began clawing pawfuls of the soft green moss away from the rough bark. Aren't you gonna ask me what happened? Hollypaw mewed. Linepaw sighed. Sorry, I've been in a foul mood since you left. I'm no better than a jealous kit. Well, ask now, Hollypaw prompted. She was dying to share her news. Okay, what happened? Linepaw peeled a long strip of moss and let it dangle from his claw. Ashfoot turned us back before we got anywhere near the camp. Linepaw dropped the moss. Turned you back? We didn't even get a chance to explain, Hollypaw told him. They accused us of coming and stealing their prey. But they've been stealing our prey, Linepaw was furious. I know! Hollypaw clawed a lump of moss from the root and flung it onto the pile. I think we found out why they're doing it. Who cares why? Hollypaw ignored his comment. Their own prey has disappeared. That's no excuse. But at least we know what's wrong now. We can solve the problem before it spoils anything. I hope Firestar sends a patrol to teach them a lesson. Hollypaw fought the urge to agree. She must think logically. WindClan had to be stopped from stealing prey, but not weakened. There had to be 4 strong clans. Firestar doesn't think we should attack them, she mewed. He's just gonna post more border patrols. Linepaw lashed his tail. We've done that before. This time we need to show them once and for all they can't hunt on our land. He glared at her so fiercely that Hollypaw found herself leaning away. Do you want a battle? She gasped. Was he even thinking about clan boundaries? Don't you? I want WindClan to keep their own territory, Hollypaw replied. Boundaries are boundaries. And if they disappear, what would become of the clans? Would the warrior code disappear next? Hollypaw's pads prickled with fear. Linepaw turned away and dug his claws into a fresh patch of moss. The bark shredded beneath it and filled the moss with splinters. That moss will be used for newborn kids. Hollypaw stared at him, shocked by his recklessness. She could tell by the muscles flexing beneath his pelt that he was thinking of battle, not kits. Was this what power meant to him? The need to fight for the smallest reason? She shivered. If it did, would any cat be able to stop him? Nope. He's too crazy. He's wild. He's insane. Hi, Gibbons. Hi, Mika Ren. I don't remember Sandstorm being so... Yeah, this was actually the very first time that they had her be, like, angry. Like, give a little spice back to Firestar. And, like, honestly, since they became mates. Or, like, since the first series, at least. Just got home from work. Welcome home. How you doing? For real. For real, for real. Oh. Like, once he started respecting her, like he mellowed out way. Mm-hmm. Why are they mewing? Meow, meow, meow. Why not? Chapter 7. Linepaw tugged another spring of moss from his pelt, hulling the stuff in and out of dens that had left his fur itching. His muscles were knotted from the tedious work. Sighing, he watched the sun sliding behind the trees. The Sunset Patrol had left without him. What a boring day. Frustrated, he headed to the apprentice's den. There was nothing left to do but sleep, though he longed to run through the forest, stretch his legs, and feel the wind in his fur. He ducked under a branch of the low-spreading yew. Inside, Foxpaw and Icepaw were chattering like sparrows. Whitewing taught me how to do a roll, Icepaw boasted. I can fight on my hind paws, Foxpaw countered. Do you want to watch me? Linepaw realized the young apprentices The Lion Paw realized the young apprentice was talking to him. Wearily, he nodded and watched Foxpaw rear up on wobbly back legs and stagger around his nest before toppling onto the moss. I was better this afternoon. Foxpaw scrambled to his paws, looking flustered. I'm sure you were. Lion Paw mewed. He was jealous of Foxpaw's excitement. Since he'd returned from the mountain, it seemed as though life were entirely made up of dull chores. It was all very well feeding the clan and cleaning out its dens, but when would he get a chance to use the power he felt pulsing through his paws? He curled into his nest. Look! Foxpaw called. I'm doing it properly this time. Lionpaw didn't bother lifting his head. Show him your new hunting crouch, Icepaw encouraged. Moss rustled, and Lionpaw jerked as Foxpaw pounced on him, grappling with his tail as though it were a snake. Crossly, Lionpaw heaved the apprentice out of his nest with a shove of his hind paws. Hey! Mewed Icepaw, protective of her littermate. Keep to your own nest and let me sleep, Lionpaw growled. You're no fun anymore, Foxpaw sulked. The ewe rustled as Hollypaw padded into the den. Lionpaw's been pushing Foxpaw around, Icepaw appealed to Hollypaw. I can look after myself, Foxpaw objected. I think Lionpaw's tired, Hollypaw soothed. I'm sure he'll want to play in the morning. She curled in beside Lionpaw, and he felt the gentle lap of her tongue on his pelt. Gratefully, he let her wash the last scraps of moss from his fur, calmed by the rhythmic licking. Cheer up, she mewed. Brick and French just told me we're both going out on patrol in the morning. Lionpaw pricked his ears. Firestar's sending extra patrols to the WindClan border to check for invaders, she explained. At last! Lionpaw felt a dark thrill at the thought of confronting the prey thieves. We'd better get some sleep, Hollypaw advised. We have to be at the border by dawn. Lionpaw closed his eyes, relieved that at last he could be useful to his clan in the one way that made sense. Lionpaw! Tigerstar's deep yowl roused him. He blinked open his eyes to find himself lying on bare ground, surrounded by close, whispering pine trees. He was dreaming. Scanning the gloomy forest, he spotted his nightmare mentor padding from his dream. Oh, sorry, not nightmare, it's nighttime. His nighttime mentor padding from the trees. Hawkfrost was already sitting in the needle-strewn hollow, his amber eyes glowing in the half-light. I hope you're ready, Tigerstar warned. I'm gonna teach you how to knock any warrior off his paws, no matter how big. He beckoned Hawkfrost forward with a flick of his striped tail. Lionpaw stretched his claws. What do I do? You don't have the weight yet to overpower every cat, Firestar told him. That will come in time. Until it does, use your size to your advantage. You'll have to be fast. Dart under your enemy's belly, slashing the back of their forepaws as you go. They'll twist, expecting you on one side, but you'll be at the other to catch them off balance. How do I get to the other side before they slash me? Lionpaw wondered. I told you, be fast. Tigerstar patted around Hawkfrost. Try it on him. Lionpaw dropped into a crouch as Tigerstar stepped out of the way. He focused on the gap beneath Hawkfrost's white furred belly, letting energy build in his muscles. Then he shot forward, darting underneath the long-legged warrior. He drew a claw's sheath across his forepaws, as Tigerstar had instructed. He felt Hawkfrost twist above him. The warrior was rearing, ready to crash down on him as soon as he emerged, but Lionpaw backed sharply, pulling out of the way he had come, like a rabbit backing out of its hole. He hooked his claws into Hawkfrost's fur, careful not to prick the skin, and dragged Hawkfrost, now unbalanced, down onto the ground. Excellent, Tigerstar purred. Hawkfrost scrambled to his paws, shaking pine needles from his fur. You ever think about how Hawkfrost, literally spends his days training being Lionpaw's, beat-up toy? All what he's there is to, have Lionpaw practice on him and fall over. Lionpaw lifted his chin and gazed proudly at Tigerstar. Not bad, huh? Paws slammed into his side, knocking him to the ground. Lionpaw struggled, gasping in surprise, but Hawkfrost held him down, his massive paws pressing hard into Lionpaw's flank. They're Never assume you've won until your enemy is dead, Tiger Star called. Hawkfrost leaned in close. Found out any more of that prophecy? He sneered. I don't think about it anymore, Lionpaw lied. Hawkfrost gave him a pitying look. Haven't Starkland made you leader of their forest yet? Pain sheared his side. Hawkfrost's claws tore at his flesh, then let go. Jumping to his paws, Lionpaw felt blood welling in his fur. Anger swelled his belly. Why didn't they take the prophecy seriously? It could be his greatest weapon. A shiver of uncertainty ran down his spine, unless they were right and it was nothing more than Firestar's dream. Wake up! Lionpaw felt a muzzle nuzzling his flank where Hawkfrost had clawed it. He winced in pain but struggled to his paws. Hollypaw was sitting beside him. The patrol will be leaving soon. The den glowed faintly in the pre-dawn light. Light rain pattering down on its branches. Hollypaw licked her nose. Blood? She licked it again, glancing anxiously at Lionpaw's flank where she had nuzzled him. What? Shocked, Lionpaw licked the wound Hawkfrost had left. He hadn't realized the line between dream and reality was quite so blurred. There must be a thorn in your nest, Hollypaw decided. She pushed Lionpaw out of the way and began picking through the moss. Paws began to pace the clearing outside. We'll have to find it later, Lionpaw mewed. It sounds like the patrol's getting ready to leave. Hollypaw looked up, eyes shining in the half-light. Let's go! Lionpaw was already heading out of the den. Ashfur and Brakenfur waited in the clearing, their fur slicked flat by the rain. You're awake! Ashfur shook drops from his whiskers. We can leave. Wait! Firestar bounded down from the high ledge. Remember, he warned, you're only going to look for signs of prey stealing. I don't want you fighting any trespassers. If you find intruders, come back and report it. His eyes glittered with worry. This is more serious than a simple border skirmish. If there's to be a battle, it must be decisive. He looked from one cat to another. Understand? Lionpaw nodded along with his clanmates. Good. Firestar turned and began to climb the rocks back to the high ledge. Brakenfur weaved between Lionpaw and Hollypaw. Are you two ready? Ashfur was already darting through the tunnel. Lionpaw raced after him, his paws slapping the rain-muddied ground. The tunnel sheltered him briefly, and then he was out in the dripping forest. Hollypaw and Brakenfur pounding behind. He could hear their paws skidding on the slippery leaves. He unsheathed his claws, gouging the earth as he ran. Energy surged through him. Ashfur, streaking through the forest ahead, seemed small among the trees. Lionpaw stretched out, gaining on him. I could reach the border in one leaf if I wanted. Power pulsed in his blood, and if we meet WindClan, I could beat every one of them. The pain from the gash in his flank eased, as though it were healed already. Rain washed the blood from his pelt. Hawkfrost had better watch out next time. In front of him, Ashfur swerved. He was following on track, but Lionpaw knew a better way. He ran straight on, crashing through a wall of ferns. As he exploded from the undergrowth, Ashfur stared in surprise. Lionpaw was ahead now, veering back onto the track and lengthening his stride. Get back! Ashfur ordered. I'm leading this patrol. Lionpaw slowed and let Ashfur shoulder past him. The warrior's blue eyes flashed with anger. Lionpaw fell in behind, a flash of satisfaction warming his pelt. He'd let Ashfur lead. For now. One day he'd be at the head of every patrol. Lionpaw, what the heck? Ahead, the border stream glimmered between the trees. Ashfur quickened his pace, leaping a patch of ground elder, before pulling up the water's edge. Lionpaw slid to a halt behind him, raindrops dripping from his pelt. What in Starkland did you think you were doing? Ashfur demanded. You could have run into an ambush. We'd no idea what was waiting for us. Hollypaw and Brakenfur caught up. I was just taking a shortcut. Lionpaw defended himself. Well, next time, just stay back. Problem? Brakenfur asked. Nothing I can't handle, Ashfur snapped. Hollypaw threw her brother a warning glance. Lionpaw shrugged. I haven't given our secret away. Brakenfur was sniffing the air. The rain has gotten rid of any scents. There must be other signs, Ashfur guessed. Let's split up and search. Okay. Breckenfur nodded. But stay within earshot. We don't know what we might find. While the others padded away, sniffing every leaf and twig, Lionpaw peered downstream. Bushes crowded the bank. Was it possible a WindClan cat had sheltered there from the rain? If so, the scent might not have been washed away yet. He padded beneath a dripping red currant bush. The soil was drier inside. He sniffed around the stem. No scent. As he pushed his way through the soft leaves, holly leaves jabbed his nose. A dense bush spread up the bank, its glossy leaves gleaming with raindrops. Narrowing his eyes against its prickles, he lay flat and wriggled inside. Mud smeared his belly as he squirmed around the branches. Sharp leaves scraped his back. "What are you doing?" Hollypaw hissed to him from outside. "Hiding from the rain?" "Shh!" Lionpaw could smell the faintest hint of WindClan scent. He rummaged carefully through the barbed leaves, clumped around the roots. "I found something!" he mewed, wriggling out backwards with his pelt ruffled and muddy. "Look!" He dragged out the remains of a blackbird. "What is it?" Ashfur came hurrying to see, Breckenfur on his heels. He curled his lip as he stared at the carcass. The tangle of bloody bones and feathers was still warm. The scent of WindClan mixed with the scent of fresh kill. This had been taken by a WindClan warrior and eaten where it was caught, in the shelter of the holly bush. "We must have just missed them," Breckenfur growled. Hollypaw was gazing in silent dismay at the blackbird. Hollypaw nudged her. "Pretty good find, huh?" "They're breaking the warrior code," she gasped. "They should be taking their fresh kill back for their elders and queens, not stuffing their faces as soon as they've caught it." Lionpaw snorted. "I don't think cats who steal care much about the warrior code." "They must be pretty desperate," Breckenfur commented. Ashfur pawed the remains towards Breckenfur. "Take this and show Firestar. I'll take Hollypaw and Lionpaw to check upstream." "Is there any point?" Breckenfur flicked his tail. The bank behind them was crowded with bushes, most of them bramble. WindClan aren't used to fighting their way through that kind of stuff. Lionpaw wasn't ready to go back to camp yet. They managed to get under that holly bush. He could still feel the scratches along his spine. Ashfur nodded. "It's worth checking." "Don't be too long." Breckenfur picked up the carcass in his teeth and disappeared into the trees. Lionpaw gazed around the bank, squinting his eyes against the rain. It was a jungle of brambles from bottom to top, but he was ready to search every tail length of it. A WindClan warrior might be hiding there. He headed towards a tiny opening in the prickly thicket, tensing his shoulders, ready to batter his way through. "Wait!" Hollypaw tugged on his tail. "You'll get torn to shreds if you try squeezing along that mouse path. Let me go. I'm smaller. I can get through." "I won't get hurt." Lionpaw assured her. "It's only thorns." "Don't forget the battle in the mountains," he wanted to say. He stopped himself in time, suddenly conscious of Ashfur hovering behind them. "Come on, Lionpaw," Ashfur meowed. "Let her pass." Frustrated, Lionpaw stepped back and allowed Hollypaw to push her way carefully into the brambles. "We'll go this way." Ashfur led him around the edge of the thicket and started sniffing the rain-slicked roots of a beech clinging to the bank. "I'll check closer to the water." Lionpaw scrambled down the slippery bank. The stream spat and gurgled, splashing his paws as he picked his way along the edge. He sniffed every tuft of grass and pushed back the leaves of each plant to check that nothing was concealed underneath. A clump of ferns blocked his path. He opened his jaws, letting its scent lick the roof of his mouth. As he reached a paw in among the dripping fronds, a mew came from above him. "Nothing in the bushes!" Hollypaw's head was peeping over the top of the bank. Her eyes were wide, her fur fluffed up despite the rain. "Are you sure?" Lionpaw narrowed his eyes. She seemed pretty excited for a cat who had found nothing. "Just brambles," Hollypaw insisted. "Ashfur says we're to go back to camp." Still suspicious, Lionpaw scrambled up the bank. Ashfur was waiting there. "WindClan have obviously gone home," the gray warrior meowed. "We're wasting our time." "Yeah," Hollypaw agreed quickly. Let's go. Lionpaw glanced sideways at her. What's she up to? But Ashfur was already trotting away through the trees. Hollypaw chased after him. She found something, but why is she hiding it? The thought nagged as Lion Paw pounded after his clanmates. Wait! He called to Ashfur, a few tail lengths ahead. Ashfur halted and turned. Hollypaw spun around, her pelt bristling. What is it? I heard something on the border, Lion Paw lied. I want to go back and check. Ashfur tipped his head to one side. What did you hear? I can't be sure. Lion Paw mewed. Probably nothing, but I'd like to be certain. I'll go with you, Hollypaw offered, tail tip twitching. I'll be fine on my own, Lion Paw promised. Hollypaw looked skeptical. Lion Paw didn't meet her gaze. I'll probably have caught up with you by the time you reach camp. Hi, darn. Go on then, Ashfur meowed, but if you see anything suspicious, come and report it at once. No silly heroics. This is too serious. Okay, Lion Paw promised. He turned tail and raced back to the thicket of brambles. Hollypaw had made the tiny opening larger. It was easy for him to wriggle inside, but the thorns still tugged his pelt as he followed the twisting path his littermate had made through the bush. At least it was dry inside. A smell hit his nostril. Fox! Was that what Hollypaw was so worried about? Why didn't she tell Ashfur? He pushed on more cautiously through the thicket, remembering the time he had sneaked out of camp with Hollypaw and Jaypaw. They had only been kits, but they had been determined to find the fox threatening their clan. They had tracked it all the way to its den. He shivered at the memory. How did they possibly believe that they could have chased it away when they were so small? In the end, it had chased them down. As the scent grew stronger now, he realized that it was stale. No fox had been here for a while. Suddenly, the brambles thinned out and the ground opened onto a smooth-edged hole. Hollypaw had found a fox's den. It hadn't been used in a while, by the smell of it. Creeping forward, Lion Paw peered into the darkness. Hollypaw's scent mixed in with that of the fox. She had gone inside! Impressed by her courage, he crept into the gloom, his heart quickening. The tunnel was narrow, and cold earth brushed his shoulders. It snaked steeply downwards almost at once, and Lion Paw's whiskers twitched as he felt his way through the darkness. The soil beneath his paws was damp and clung to his pads. The tunnel must open out soon, he guessed. The fox's lair could only be a few steps ahead. The hole plunged onward, and Lion Paw began to wonder if he was wasting his time. But something had spooked Hollypaw, and he had to find out what. He padded on, unnerved by the silence. What could live this far underground? Suddenly, a breeze tickled his nose. There was an opening ahead. He followed the tunnel around a bend, his paws sliding on polished rock. Cold, fresh air spilled over him, stirring his whiskers. The tunnel opened up around him, and Lion Paw realized with a shiver of surprise this wasn't merely a fox den. Light filtered behind him through the tunnel, enough to see that the walls were stone too, and a jagged roof arched over his head. The air smelled of rock and water, a scent never found in the forest, but achingly familiar all the same. This must lead to the dark river. Memories of Heatherpaw and the flood washed over Lion Paw's pelt. His fur bristled along his spine. Hollypaw had found another way in. Why hadn't she told him? Lion Paw's claws scraped furrows in the stone beneath his paws. He knew why. Oh, yes. It was as plain as Icepaw's fur at dusk. She's scared I'll start seeing Heatherpaw again. Anger burned in his belly. I'm loyal to ThunderClan. Won't she ever trust me? Dun 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 dun. Dang. Okay, Lion Nose. Lion Paw is so... Like, he's getting more edgy than Jaypaw is. But in, like, a different way. He's just a grumpy goose. But, like, a grumbly goose. Chapter 8. My kits! Wait, no, that was Daisy. My kits! Jaypaw felt a prickle of annoyance. Daisy only ever worried about her kits. The rest of her clanmates could starve for all she cared. It was obvious she wasn't clan-born. Firestar's announcement that WindClan were definitely stealing prey had set the camp fizzing with worry and excitement. The remains of the blackbird lay in the center of the clearing where Breakenfur had dropped it. Daisy swept her bushy tail around Rosekit and Toadkit. Get off! Toadkit's tiny gray paws scraped against the ground as he struggled out of his mother's clutches. Good for you! Jaypaw padded away from the nursery, where he had been checking on Millie. We need to teach them a lesson about boundaries, Thornclaw growled. Dustpelt's tail swished over the ground. I hope I meet one star in battle, he growled. He's stolen from us too many times, the fox-hearted thief. Mousefur was pacing outside the Elder's den. WindClan have changed so much since Tallstar was leader, she meowed wistfully. Firestar was standing on the high ledge with Breakenfur at his side, still panting after his dash through the forest. There'll be extra patrols, he reassured his clan, including a pre-dawn patrol to protect our prey. His voice was steady, but Jaypaw could feel waves of anxiety pulsing from him, bouncing off the walls of the hollow like distant thunder. WindClan, Jaypaw bristled. They might be struggling to feed their clan, but stealing was the cowardly solution. One Star was a leader of warriors. How could he make thieves of his clan? He padded back to his den, relieved to find that Leafpool was gone. She must have left the camp to search for herbs. He wasn't surprised that she hadn't asked him to join her. Since their argument, they had only spoken when necessary. Why did she have to be so obsessed with making Cinderpaw a warrior? She was just being stubborn, and Cinderpaw still lay in the den, a constant reminder of their quarrel. As he nosed his way through the brambles, a voice called weakly from inside. Could you fetch me some water? Cinderpaw hadn't even tried to leave her nest since she'd been brought in, not even when Firestar had summoned the clan to share the news about WindClan's prey stealing. You can drink from the pool yourself, he mewed crossly. There was a moment of silence, then, please. How could she beg like that? She was almost a warrior. Jaypaw padded to her nest and leaned in till he felt Whiskers brush hers. Your leg's gonna be fine, he snapped, but only if you use it. But what if it isn't? Cinderpaw mewed pitifully. As she spoke, Jaypaw's mind filled with a violent swirl of images and noise. His heart seemed to pitch in his chest like a leaf tossed in waves. He was standing on a thin strip of grass, a thunder path as wide as the lake stretching in front of him. A roar filled his ears, and he crouched in terror as a silver monster hurled by, so close its wings flattened his fur. Another roared in the opposite direction, his eyes stung with their choking scent as monster after monster howled by. Suddenly one broke from its path, careering towards him. He struggled to flee, but his paws wouldn't grip the slippery grass. Then a lightning bolt of pain pierced his leg, and the world turned black. Dang, Jaypaw dies and relives pain so often. That's messed up. He blinked open his eyes, brightness flooding his gaze, sharper than sunlight. Ferns sprang around him, and the ground was soft with fragrant grass. He was lying in a glade, and the clear blue sky glittered through the leaves overhead. Squinting, he recognized Bluestar and Yellowfang muttering together near the entrance to a narrow tunnel. Every now and then, one of them would steal an anxious glance towards him. A dull pain throbbed in his leg when he tried to move. It felt limp and lifeless. You're doing really well. Firestar was leaning over him, his face framed with soft fur like that of a much younger cat. His green eyes were round with grief. No, you'll never be a warrior, he whispered suddenly. I'm sorry. This is Cinderpelt's memory. Jaypaw fought the pain that seemed to crack at his heart. Despair and panic crawled his belly. I've lost everything! Everything! Jaypaw! Cinderpaw's worried mew jolted Jaypaw back to the present. I thought you didn't know, Jaypaw breathed, trying to scramble back to his own reality. Know what? Cinderpaw sounded puzzled. Cinderpelt. Jaypaw began unsteadily. Paused, feeling Cinderpaw's whiskers brush his paws. She was the medicine cat before Leafpool, right? She prompted. What's going on? Leafpool burst into the den. What are you talking about? Jaypaw turned, battered by the storm of fear and anger flooding from his mentor. She knows about Cinderpelt, he breathed. The moss in Cinderpaw's nest rustled. Knows what? But Jaypaw hardly heard the apprentice. He could feel Leafpool's hot breath on his face. She does not know, she hissed. She must never know. Understand? He flattened his ears, drawing back. But she remembered, he stammered. Leafpool shouldered past him. Don't worry, Cinderpaw, she soothed. Jaypaw was just wondering if Cinderpelt might have tried a different remedy for your leg. Higher! Jaypaw flashed hot with anger. Why was she so desperate to keep this secret? Leafpool's tail swished over her patient's pelt. I knew you couldn't make it better. Cinderpaw's mew was barely more than a whisper. I'm never going to be a warrior, am I? You need rest, Leafpool told her. Your ears feel hot. Moss rustled as she fussed with Cinderpaw's nest. Jaypaw, she called over her shoulder, bring Cinderpelt some water, please. Jaypaw stomped to the pool, picked up a wad of moss from the pile kept beside it, and dipped it into the cold water. If she spoils her like this, of course her leg will never get better. Leafpool was wrong about everything. He dropped the soaking moss beside Cinderpaw's nest and padded out of the den. Frustrated with Leafpool, tangled with the vision of monsters and the echo of pain in his leg, he stood beside the bramble patch and breathed deeply, hoping the fresh air would clear his thoughts. Leafpool? Leafpool's mew surprised him. I thought you'd still be fussing over your patient, he snapped. I'm sorry I was short with you, Leafpool apologized, but she mustn't find out. Why not? Jaypaw demanded. Because it isn't fair. Leafpool sat down heavily. She can't be influenced by her last life, don't you see? But you're influenced by it, Jaypaw argued. Are you really treating her the same way you treat Poppypaw or Honeypaw? Every time you go near her, your thoughts are filled with Cinderpelt. Even as he spoke, he glimpsed memories flashing through Leafpool's mind of a badger forcing its way into the nursery and snapping at Cinderpelt as she stood in front of Sorreltail's newborn kits. You're doing it now, he accused. It's not your fault Cinderpelt's dead. But it is! Leafpool's mew was thick with grief. If I hadn't left the clan... Fog instantly shrouded her thoughts, shutting Jaypaw out. You mustn't keep doing that, she snapped. It's not fair. I can't help it, Jaypaw told her. It just happens. Nothing ever just happens with you, Jaypaw, she mewed. What's that supposed to mean? Jaypaw could feel Leafpool struggling to push away her anger. Nothing, she mewed. Weariness suddenly seemed to engulf her. StarClan sent Cinderpelt back to live the life she always wanted, as a warrior of ThunderClan. I just wanted to make sure that happened. Then why are you letting her lie in her nest like a cripple? I don't want her to suffer anymore. You've given up on her, Jaypaw accused. She's too scared to move, and you're too scared to let her. That's not true, Leafpool hissed. Really? Jaypaw lashed his tail. Then why don't you go in there and tell her to go get her own water next time? Because I don't know if that would help her or harm her. Jaypaw could hardly believe his ears. How could his mentor have lost so much faith in her own judgment? You've examined her leg. You know it's just her muscles that are hurt. But I was wrong last time, Leafpool pointed out. I said she was ready for assessment, and I was wrong. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I failed her, and I failed StarClan. Frustration welled in Jaypaw's belly. Do you always give up that easily? He growled. I thought this mattered to you, but maybe it doesn't matter enough. Without waiting for her reply, he turned and padded across the clearing. He wanted to get out of the hollow and as far away from Leafpool as possible. He pushed his way through the thorn tunnel. Birchfall was guarding the entrance. Hey, Jaypaw, do you want someone to go with you? No! Jaypaw headed into the trees. Following the scent and direction of the breeze, he headed for the lake. The air felt cool and damp, with a chill that hadn't left since the recent rains. He picked his way through the woods, following a path he knew well. Emerging from the trees, he padded down the slope towards the beach. Wind ruffled the water, which sounded surprisingly close. Perhaps the damp air carried the sound more easily. Jaypaw stepped down off the bank, his paws sinking into the singe. He padded forward. Splash! His paw plunged into water, not deep, but enough to make him leap back, trembling. Since his fall into the lake as a kid, he was terrified of water. He scrambled up the bank, heart thumping. The lake must have risen from all the rain. My stick! Alarmed, he skirted to the edge of the lake, keeping to the grassy bank until he reached the line of trees edging the shore. Weaving among the trunks, he tried to guess which one held the stick in its roots. Sniffing carefully, he recognized with a burst of relief that the rowan where he'd wedged it. He scrambled onto a thick root and leaned over the edge. The water was lapping the bank. He dug his hind claws into the bark, reached a forepaw down into the water, and felt for his stick. It's not there! He flapped his paw in the space beneath the root. With panic rising in his throat, he leaned further down, planting his other forepaw into the muddy bank so water lapped his claws as he dangled over the edge. Reaching as far as he could, he splashed his paw in the lake. Feeling desperately for the sleek piece of wood, the waves licked his muzzle, making him splutter. Where is it? Had the lake taken it back? He might never see it again. Something hard bumped his muzzle, something floating on the waves. He sniffed, coughing as water shot up his nose, but he recognized his stick at once. Flailing around with his paw, he tried to drag the stick closer, but it bobbed out of reach each time he tried to hook it with a claw. Why was it so smooth? Why couldn't it have bark for him to grip? Fear and frustration stormed in his chest. What in the name of StarClan are you doing? Teeth grasped his tail, and jaypaw was jerked backward onto the top of the bank. It was Firestar. I was just... Jaypaw searched for the right words. How could he explain his need for the stick? But it might be floating out of reach while he stood here trying to tell Firestar, I have to have that stick! He prayed that the desperation in his mew would be enough. Hope flashed in his heart as Firestar brushed past him to peer over the edge of the bank. What? That smooth stick floating near the bank? Yes! Jaypaw almost wailed. It won't sink, you know, Firestar informed him. Wood doesn't. Will it matter if it does? Jaypaw took a deep breath. Yes, he mewed. It matters very much to me. He fought to keep calm as Firestar's curious gaze warmed his pelt. Okay, Firestar meowed, after what seemed like moons. I'll get it. The ThunderClan leader's claws scratched the tree roots as he leaned out and fished the water. Jaypaw could hear splashing in Firestar's grunt as he grasped something in his jaws. He's got it! The stick scraped against the muddy bank as Firestar his need for the stick. Firestar is so sweet. The stick scraped against the muddy bank as Firestar heaved it out and dropped it onto dry land. Thank you! Jaypaw sighed, pressing his paw to the wet wood. Do you want me to carry it back to camp for you? Firestar puffed. No! The word blurted out of Jaypaw before Jaypaw could think. This was his secret. The fur along his spine rippled at the thought of Leafpool asking questions, of his clanmates staring at his stick, seeing what he could not see, touching what was his. Well, it's safe now, Firestar meowed. He leaned closer to the stick. It's got some unusual scratches on it. Did you put them there? No, Jaypaw answered honestly, his pelt burning. He curled his claws, hoping Firestar wouldn't ask any more questions. Come on, Firestar meowed. Let's head back. Thank you, StarClan. Jaypaw rolled the stick to the nearest stubby bush and pushed it close to the trunk, wedging one end under a gnarled root. He didn't think the water would ever reach this high. And even if it did, the stick shouldn't float away again. Goodbye, he whispered, before turning and following his clan leader up the grassy slope that led into the forest. As they entered the trees, Jaypaw tried to pick up Firestar's thoughts. He wanted to know what the ThunderClan leader truly felt about him, knowing the prophecy. But, like Leafpool's mind when she was on guard, Firestar's thoughts were clouded and impossible to read. How's Cinderpaw? Firestar asked. There was worry in his voice. Jaypaw remembered his vision. Firestar had been the one to tell Cinderpelt she'd never be a warrior. He felt a rush of pity for his leader. Cinderpaw's latest injury must have scratched old wounds. She'll be okay, won't she? Firestar pressed on. Jaypaw answered cautiously. She's in a lot of pain. It's hard to tell how bad the injury is. He didn't want to contradict anything Leafpool might have said to Firestar. That name must bring bad luck, Firestar murmured, half to himself. Jaypaw had to fight the urge to tell him that Cinderpaw didn't just share Cinderpelt's name, but her spirit. They walked in silence to the hollow, and as they entered the camp, Leafpool trotted up, breathless. "Are you okay?" she asked Jaypaw. "He's fine," Firestar told her. "I met him in the woods and we walked back together." Jaypaw was grateful that Firestar hadn't mentioned the stick. "Come fetch some mouse bile with me," Leafpool ordered Jaypaw. Daisy has a tick." As Jaypaw headed for the medicine cat den, Leafpool padded beside him, not speaking. Was she still angry after their quarrel? He tried to read her thoughts, but his own kept interrupting. He pictured the stick floating in the river. It hadn't sunk. According to Firestar, it couldn't sink. Jaypaw had always thought of water as a treacherous creature, sucking whatever it touched into its freezing depths. It had tried to swallow him when he was a kid, but it hadn't sucked the stick down. It had held it, kept it on the surface, next to the air. RiverClan cats could swim. Jaypaw had even heard stories of Firestar and Graystripe swimming through a flood to rescue a nest of kits. After all the tunnels had flooded, they'd all managed to get to land, hadn't they? He remembered that night, flailing in the water with nothing to cling to, the water dragging at his pelt until he had stopped fighting it. Then he had floated, like his stick. He remembered the sensation of his paws churning, the water pushing and pulling him like wind. He had felt as light as thistledown. He halted. "What's the matter?" Leafpool stopped beside him. "Nothing," Jaypaw answered, but an idea was forming in his mind. A screech made him jump. Poppyfrost was yelping in pain beside the nursery. "A thorn's poked her in the eye!" Honeyfern yowled. "A branch was sticking out of the nursery wall." "I thought I'd weave them all back in." Graystripe came pounding across the clearing. "Don't panic!" Leafpool darted from Jaypaw's side. "The thorns aren't big. At worst, it'll be a scratch." Jaypaw raced to the medicine cat's den. Poppyfrost would be fine, but he had something more important to do. He just ran away. He burst through the brambles and heard moss crackling as Cinderpaw stirred in her nest. "What is it?" she called in alarm. "You have to swim!" Jaypaw, "Oh, I forgot about this!" Jaypaw mewed excitedly. "Swim?" Cinderpaw gasped. "But I can't swim." "You could if you tried." Jaypaw hurried to her nest. "RiverClan cats do it all the time." "But they're RiverClan." "Don't you see?" Jaypaw paced beside her, unable to keep still. "You can practice using your leg in water. That way you won't have to put any weight on it, but it'll get stronger." "Stronger?" Cinderpaw echoed, sounding dazed. "It'll be like walking on it, but easier." Jaypaw pressed. "Where will I swim?" "The lake, of course." "How will I get there?" "You managed to walk back to camp, didn't you?" Jaypaw reasoned. "And you've rested since then." "How will I know what to do?" "I'll teach you." Jaypaw ignored the fear prickling his pelt at the thought of getting his paws wet. "Hugh!" A purr of amusement rumbled in Cinderpaw's throat. It was the first time she purred since her accident. Jaypaw knew he could convince her now. "I'll do my best," he promised. "Leafpool will think we're crazier than hares." "Let's not tell her. It can be our secret. Think of how surprised she'll be when she sees you walking on four paws again." Cinderpaw didn't speak, but Jaypaw could detect a small flower of hope budding in her mind. "Okay," she agreed at last. "We'll start tomorrow." Jaypaw felt jubilant. "You'll be better in no time." Cinderpaw flicked his ear with her tail. "If I don't drown first." Aww. Jaypaw's so smart. And he really does want the best for his patient, no matter what happens. Like, he's just good at being able to tell, like gauge the importance, you know, like weigh what's more important and what's less important in terms of like injuries. He's like one of those nurses where you know, when you're like panicking because you like broke your ankle, and then the person like helping you is like talking about their day, and you're like, "I broke my ankle, why won't you make a big deal about it?" And they're like, "Bruh, you're gonna be fine, like, come on, now listen to me talk about my stick for a second." You know, like I guess he's just happier now that he has answers to things. True, he does know. Like he likes to get the answers and stuff. Why is he so possessive over his stick? Man, he really likes that stick. I think it's because it gives him information that others cannot get, or he's worried that maybe someone else might also be able to get that information when he, like, the way that he does it. Like if they actually sit down and work at, like, you know, like check out the stick, kind of like put together things, maybe sleep against it, they'll have dreams and it won't be his special like thing anymore. From a stick? Yeah, it's a magic stick. Actually, it's not a magic stick. It's a stick. No! I don't even know what that reference is. It's a stick that ages ago, like other cats, ancient cats used to use to mark whether or not cats survived a trial to become warriors. So they would go through a trial and the stick was used to mark down if they survived or they didn't survive. So when jaypaw sleeps against it or he touches his nose against it, because he has superpowers, he can access the quote-unquote memories of it. Oh, no, what? About fallen leaves. Yeah, fallen leaves! It's a gravestone. Yeah, basically. Or like the opposite of a gravestone at the same time. Because it does show... It does talk about cats that, like, it's marked the cats that die, but it also marks the cats that survive. So it's like both a gravestone and a not stone. A live stone. A living stone. I know you saw my comment on YouTube, but he wasn't alive until they lived in the mountains. What? They didn't get the consistency right? That's funny. Rip. How could they just forget that? I wonder why they didn't make that match up properly. Because it's like a really... Like, it's a main plot in the third series. That he exists in the forest with the tunnels. What? Why? Why would they do that? Oh, it was like a weird... But why would they still... Only mentioned a couple times so early in the series? Oh. Wait, when was this? What book was it mentioned in? What book was he mentioned being alive in the mountains? Fallen leaves, fallen leaves. Is that the song? What's that song? Fallen trees, fallen leaves. The beginning of Dawn of the Clans. Oh, dang. Wait, that doesn't... That's stupid. That's like just right after. It's alive the whole series. What the... Fallen leaves, fallen leaves, fallen leaves song. Heck yeah.
In a crooked little town, they were lost and never found. Fallen leaves, fallen leaves, fallen leaves on the ground.
Fallen leaves, fallen leaves, fallen leaves on the ground. Probably beef about a game. Copyright claim stream, let's go! It'll only mute that section of it. If it mutes the rest of it, I'm gonna punch everyone in the face. Also, I think it only is like a couple seconds. 30 seconds is the cutoff, I believe. Megaflower, hi! Look at that floating cabbage. Oh, no, it's Rusty carrying a cabbage to the biofuel. Alright, chapter 9. I'm really excited for Dawn of the Clans because I've only read the first book. Actually, I don't even remember if I finished the first book. I might have gotten grumpy. No, I think I finished the first book. But that was the only book I read because it was currently coming out when I stopped reading it, and I wasn't like attached to it enough. Such a roller coaster. I'm just happy we still get jaypaw because I love him. Anyways. Chapter 9. I've read one part of Dawn of the Clans, actually. I've read one part of it later on in the series when tissues would be needed, yes. But only the context of it. I mean, I don't know the context of it. I just read that part. All right, time to read. Chapter 9. Jaypaw blinked open his eyes. Heck yeah, another Jaypaw. He could hear Leafpool stretching in her nest. It must be dawn. The medicine cat sat up and yawned. Jaypaw waited for her to leave the den to make dirt, as she always did first thing. The moss from his nest was tickling his nose. He sneezed, then sniffed the air. It was dry and warm and promised sun. It'd be a good day to go to the lake. Patting from his nest, he tried to ignore the doubt rumbling in his belly. Even if teaching Cinderpaw to swim didn't heal her leg, it would prove to Leafpool that he hadn't given up on their patient. Jaypaw? Cinderpaw was calling him. Leafpool's gone out. She sounded nervous, but she'll probably be back in a moment. Perhaps we should leave the swimming idea for another time. If we hurry, we can be gone by the time she gets back. He was nervous too, but he refused to let it stop either of them. We have to try this. Cinderpaw gave a resigned sigh, and her nest rustled as she struggled to her paws. Ow! Your leg's just stiff, Jaypaw reassured her. Could I have a couple poppy seeds just to ease the pain? Cinderpaw begged. No. Jaypaw was firm. They'll make you sleepy, and you'll need all your wits about you when you're going to learn how to sleep. If you're going to learn how to swim. A pause. Then determination hardened Cinderpaw's mew. Okay. Jaypaw slid beside her, pressing his shoulder to hers so that she could lean on him. She was heavy, and he struggled to help her out of the den. Once outside the bramble-covered entrance, he checked the clearing. Once outside the bramble-covered entrance, he checked the clearing, tasting the air and prickling his ears for any sign of life. Squirrelflight was padding sleepily from the thorn tunnel. She must have been on guard last night. Don't move, Jaypaw warned Cinderpaw. The pair stood still as Squirrelflight padded into the warrior's den. The entrance would be unguarded for a few moments, while Squirrelflight woke her replacement. The dawn patrol was due back, and Leafpool was sure to return from Dirt Place before long. Come on. He nudged Cinderpaw forward, and they made awkward progress across the clearing. Jaypaw tensed every time Cinderpaw stumbled and growled with pain, and he willed her on, praying her courage would hold and hoping no one could hear her. As they reached the thorn barrier, it rustled. Jaypaw sniffed the air and froze. Leafpool. The medicine cat was returning through the Dirt Place tunnel at the far end of the barrier. Quickly, he pressed Cinderpaw against the thorny hedge and flicked his tail across her mouth to silence her gasp. Leafpool's paws scuffled across the clearing as she headed back to her den. The moment the bramble-covered entrance swished shut, Jaypaw steered Cinderpaw into the thorn tunnel and nudged her onward. You're doing really well, he encouraged. I'm not getting much of a choice, she grumbled. She was panting with effort by the time they had cleared the camp. Once they reached the trees, Jaypaw relaxed a little. They would be out of sight of camp guard and any patrol here. Rest a moment, he mewed. Cinderpaw sat down, relieved. Where are you going? Just scouting for the best route. He felt his way carefully forward, testing the ground for slippery leaves, checking that no fallen tree branches blocked the path. Cinderpaw was in a lot of pain, and he wanted to make the journey as easy as possible for her. When he returned, she had flopped onto her side, but her breathing had eased. Jaypaw sniffed her leg, touching his nose to her fur. It didn't feel too hot, and the swelling hadn't grown any worse. Your leg's doing great, he mewed. Doesn't feel like it, Cinderpaw moaned. Imagine we're gonna save a drowning kid, Jaypaw suggested. Cinderpaw lifted her head. You wouldn't let a sore leg stop you from getting there. She heaved herself to her paws. No way! That's more like the old Cinderpaw. Come on, then. Jaypaw pressed in beside her once more, taking her weight the best he could. Her whiskers twitched, tickling his cheek. A blind cat leading the way. Bet you never thought it was possible. Jaypaw was glad to hear her joking. The smooth grass beyond the trees was slippery, and they slid and stumbled down the slope towards the lake. Are you sure you're not trying to make me worse? Cinderpaw mewed through gritted teeth as they fell for the third time. It'll be worth it, I promise. Jaypaw hoped it was true. Was swimming really the answer? StarClan, let me be right. A cool breeze lifted their fur as he finally helped Cinderpaw onto the beach. The shingle crunched under their paws. The lake's beautiful today, Cinderpaw breathed. With the wind ruffling the water, it looks like soft gray fur. Jaypaw padded cautiously forward, expecting to find himself wading at any moment, but the water level had fallen since yesterday. He remembered with a twinge of how close he'd come to losing his stick, then hopped backwards as the waves slapped unexpectedly at his paws. Is it cold? Cinderpaw mewed anxiously. Not too bad. Jaypaw's fur along his spine rippled. He'd have to wade in with her. How else could he persuade her there was nothing to worry about? Tensing against the tug of the lake, he padded a tail length out, trying not to show how much he hated the feel of water soaking his leg fur. Come on! Water splashed as Cinderpaw limped out after him. Now what? She asked, pausing beside him. Just keep walking until you can't feel the stones under your paws. Cinderpaw's fur bristled. You make it sound so simple. It is. Jaypaw remembered struggling to shore after he was washed out of the tunnels, the terrifying sensation of water dragging him down, how he'd fought to stay afloat. You'll know what to do, he promised Cinderpaw. After all, he'd managed to stay afloat, hadn't he? Cinderpaw pressed against him, fear pulsing beneath her pelt. I can't. Jaypaw tried to picture the lake stretching before her, but his mind was swept into a vision of thick woodland, vibrant green ferns circling a gray she-cat. Cinderpelt sat inside the medicine cat den at the old camp. The night sky arched over her head, flecked with stars. I'll do anything to be a warrior, she whispered, gazing up the sparkling heavens. Jaypaw blinked away the vision. Do you want to be a warrior? He asked Cinderpaw. Cinderpaw didn't hesitate. Of course. Jaypaw didn't need to say another word. Cinderpaw was wading deeper into the lake. She gasped as the fur lapped her belly. You told me it wasn't cold, she squeaked. You'll get used to it. The water's pulling at my fur, Cinderpaw called. You won't have to wash for days, Jaypaw joked. He hoped she didn't hear the tremble in his mew. It's over my back. Keep going, but slowly. It's soaking through my pelt. I feel heavy as stone. Jaypaw heard splashing. Had he sent her to drown? I can't touch the bottom. Help! He rushed forward through the waves till the water soaked his chest. Cinderpaw? Blood pounded in his ears. Come back! He could hear Cinderpaw flailing, and water splattered his nose. What should I do? She gave a spluttered cry. A wave must have washed straight into her mouth. Keep moving your legs, Jaypaw yowled. Imagine you're running. Use your tail for balance. Anything to keep your nose above water. The splashing suddenly stopped. Cinderpaw? No sound, only the gentle splash of the waves on the shore. Had she been sucked into the depths? Cinderpaw? Are you okay? He called more desperately. I'm swimming! Cinderpaw's reply made him gasp with relief. Really? What do you mean, really? Her reproachful mew was drowned as a wave slapped her muzzle and she started to cough. Keep moving your paws, Jaypaw urged. I am! Cinderpaw spluttered. And it works! It really works! I'm floating! She coughed again. Concentrate on swimming, Jaypaw ordered. He could hear her rhythmic passage through the water. She was headed along the shore. He splashed through the shallows, keeping level with her. Suddenly, a yowl from the bank made him freeze. Cinderpaw, what are you doing? Leafpool was calling from the beach. I'm swimming! Cinderpaw splashed back towards the shore and padded, dripping, into the shadows beside Jaypaw. Jaypaw taught me! Jaypaw flattened his ears, waiting for Leafpool to lecture him, but her gaze warmed his pelt. She was intrigued, not angry. Go on, she prompted. I figured the water would support her, he ventured, so she could strengthen her leg without putting too much weight on it. And how does your leg feel now? Leafpool asked Cinderpaw. It aches, she mewed, but it doesn't hurt like it does when I walk on the ground. She began to wade back into the lake. Can I try some more? She didn't wait for an answer, but plunged into the waves. The shingle shifted as Leafpool reached Jaypaw. Well done, she murmured. He dipped his head. Cinderpelt couldn't be a water. I'm sorry. Cinderpelt couldn't be a warrior, but Cinderpaw can. Leafpool ran her tail along his damp flank. I hope so. Her mew became brisk. You should come out now, Cinderpaw, before you're too tired to walk back to camp. She turned to Jaypaw. Bring her back slowly, then get some rest. It's half moon time. We're going to the moon pool tonight. Jaypaw scrambled upward, his claws scraping on the smooth boulders. A few more tail links and I'll reach the hollow. His paws were aching, heavy as stone, and his head buzzed with tiredness. He had walked Cinderpaw carefully back to camp as Leafpool had asked, and then clanmates had gathered around them, shocked by Cinderpaw's dripping pelt. You're wet! Sorreltail had meowed. Hollypaw had paced around her friend, prickling with worry. Did you fall into the lake? I've been swimming, Cinderpaw told them proudly. She was still limping, but she could walk without help now. Swimming? Hollypaw sounded astonished. She's going to swim every day to strengthen her leg, Jaypaw explained. He guided his patient away from the noise of the clearing and settled her back into her nest. Thank you, Jaypaw. Cinderpaw's mew was heartfelt. Being a warrior is so important to me. Jaypaw nodded. I know. Hurry up! Leafpool's mew jolted him back to the present. He scrambled over the rim of the hollow. A rush of cool mountain air flattened his fur on his face. Following Leafpool, he padded down the well-trodden path to the moon pool. As usual, the smooth stone dimpled by the paw stuffs of ancient cats felt warm and comforting beneath his paws. Barkface had hardly spoken during the journey. Leafpool had been no better. The tension between her and the WindClan medicine cat had made the air crackle as though a storm were brewing. Barkface hadn't brought Kessler Paw with him, claiming the WindClan apprentice had hurt his paw on a sharp thorn, but Jaypaw could sense a defensive shield around Barkface, as though he'd warped himself in brambles. He guessed that WindClan medicine cat wanted to protect his apprentice from any difficult questions Leafpool might ask about the prey stealing. Mothwing, Willowpaw, and Little Cloud seemed oblivious to the tension. Next time we come, it'll be Leafall, Mothwing commented. Willowpaw shivered. I'm gonna miss the warm nights. It's been a fine green leaf, Little Cloud meowed, but the half-bridge has been crowded with two legs. Why do they have to be so noisy? At least Leafpaw will mean they'll stop coming, Mothwing soothed. That's the one comfort of the cold seasons, Little Cloud agreed. Have you chosen your apprentice yet, Little Cloud? Willowpaw sounded eager to have a new set of paws to join them on this journey. I have someone in mind, Little Cloud purred. Jaypaw waited for Leafpool to make a comment. Did she long for an apprentice who had always wanted to be a medicine cat? She knew Jaypaw had wanted to be a warrior first, or maybe one who could see. He thought with a flash of bitterness, but Leafpool said nothing, just swept the tip of her tail lightly over his ears as she passed. Jaypaw felt hot with shame. Sometimes he wasn't the only cat who could tell what others were thinking. Aww. The cats fanned out around the edge of the moon pool. Jaypaw patted in Leafpool's paw steps until she settled at the far side. He sat down beside her, eager to touch his nose to the water. He wanted to talk to StarClan about the prophecy. He wanted to find out if they knew of the tribe of endless hunting. Would StarClan be able to explain how the tribe knew about the prophecy? Jaypaw lifted his muzzle. Another cat was bristling with anticipation. Mothwing. The RiverClan medicine cat cleared her throat. Before we share dreams with StarClan, I wish to give Willowpaw her full clan name. Already? Willowpaw was thrilled. Oh, wow! How can I thank you, Mothwing? You've earned your name, Mothwing replied gently. This is nothing but what you deserve. Only thanks to you, Willowpaw mewed. You've been a great mentor, and I hope I shall continue to be so. Jaypaw knew that Willowpaw would be an apprentice to Mothwing for as long as the RiverClan medicine cat lived, but her new name would give her a respect and status in her clan she had not had before. His tail twitched. How long before Leafpool gave him his clan name? Then a thought crossed his mind. How could Mothwing perform the naming ceremony when she didn't believe in StarClan? Leafpool's whiskers brushed his cheek as she leaned close. StarClan will hear her, even though she refuses to hear them. Jaypaw gasped. How? I know you better than you think, Jaypaw, Leafpool purred. Jaypaw pulled away. He didn't like the idea that his mentor could second-guess his thoughts. Jaypaw, that's what you do for everyone. Mothwing began the ceremony. I, Mothwing, medicine cat of RiverClan, call upon my warrior ancestors to look down on this apprentice. She has trained hard to understand the way of the medicine cat, and with your help, she will serve her clan for many moons. Was it his imagination, or did the starlight feel warm on his pelt? Jaypaw closed his eyes and reached into Willowpaw's mind. Her joy flooded over him. Willowpaw, do you promise to uphold the ways of a medicine cat, to stand apart from rivalry between clan, and to protect all cats equally, even at the cost of your life? I do! Stars swirled in Willowpaw's mind. Then, by the power of StarClan, I give you your true name as a medicine cat. Willowpaw, from this moment you will be known as Willowshine. Aw, what a cute name! StarClan honors your loyalty and your compassion. May you use them to serve your clan for endless moons. Jaypaw heard Willowshine's tongue lap Mothwing's fur. Willowshine! Willowshine! Leafpool, Barkface, and Little Cloud raised their voices to Silverpelt. Willowshine! Jaypaw joined them, caught up in their excitement. Jaypaw heard the moonpool ripple as Willowshine's paw tips touched the water's edge. Thank you, all of you. She meowed. My paws were guided by StarClan in everything I have done, and I hope that they will continue to guide me for the rest of my life. May StarClan grant that it is so, murmured Barkface. Congratulations, Willowshine, Leafpool meowed warmly. Well done, Little Cloud purred. He lay down beside the moonpool. StarClan will be eager to share tongues with you, I'm sure. He touched his nose to the water and grew still. Fur brushed stone as the other cats followed his lead and lay down to share dreams with StarClan. As Jaypaw rested his belly on the cool rock, Leafpool whispered in his ears, Don't walk in Willowshine's dreams tonight, she warned. Let her meet StarClan alone. I wasn't gonna! He felt a flash of satisfaction. She wasn't a mind reader after all. Jaypaw had no intentions of sharing any other cat's dreams tonight. He wanted his own meeting with StarClan to ask them about the prophecy. He touched his nose to the chilly water, and his mind instantly filled with lush greenery as he entered StarClan's hunting grounds. There was no hint of leaf fall in the air here, only trees in full leaf and undergrowth burgeoning with life. Cats moved through it, some talking, some chasing prey, others simply basking in the sunshine. An orange pelt shimmered beyond a swath of fern. A tabby groomed a tortoiseshell while a cat with a black and white pelt crept through the long grass, stalking prey. Jaypaw didn't recognize anyone, ancestors from the other clans. Jaypaw was frustrated. He wanted to talk to someone he knew. His hopes lifted as he recognized a pelt weaving through the long grass ahead of him. Then, with a sigh, he realized it was Little Cloud. He hadn't meant to be here in Little Cloud's dream. He was about to turn away when he noticed a small gray and white Tom padding towards the Shadow Clan medicine cat. The Tom's pelt was flecked with grizzled strands of fur. He must be ancient. Little Cloud dipped his head in greeting. Runny nose. The Tom blinked in reply. His nose glistened between sniffs. I'm not surprised they don't touch muzzles. Jaypaw slipped behind a tree and listened. He knew Runny Nose had been a Shadow Clan medicine cat many moons ago. What kind of medicine cat couldn't cure his own cold? How are things? Runny Nose asked. Little Cloud hesitated, and Jaypaw could sense that he was groping for an answer. Is the prey running well? Runny Nose pressed. His eyes narrowed as Little Cloud fidgeted in front of him, shifting his weight from one paw to another. Prey's running fine, Little Cloud answered. Are the two legs bothering you? Little Cloud shook his head. What about Tawny Pelt's kids? Are they healthy? Runny Nose sat down, clearly puzzled as Little Cloud's gaze darted to his paws. What's wrong? He demanded. It's Blackstar! Little Cloud blurted out his leader's name with a guilty glance over his shoulder. He dropped his voice to a whisper, so Jaypaw had to prick his ears to catch the rest. He's so... Little Cloud was still searching for words. So... distant. Distant? Runny Nose echoed. Do you mean he's left the clan? No! Irritation edged Little Cloud's mew. Distant as in distracted. He lets Russetford organize all the patrols, and he's starting to say things. Little Cloud flicked his tail. What sort of things? He says he wonders if StarClan meant to bring us to the lake at all, Little Cloud burst out. Runny Nose's gaze darkened. Then you're right to be worried. I am? Blackstar is losing his faith, Runny Nose meowed. Little Cloud's ears twitched. How can that be? He's always believed. It doesn't matter why or how. Runny Nose rubbed a paw across his muzzle. You must help him find his faith again. But how? Little Cloud sounded dismayed. What can I do? Help him find his faith again, Runny Nose repeated. The old Tom was fading, growing transparent like the forest around him. Jaypaw blinked open his eyes and found himself in the darkness beside the moon pool. He got back to his paws, frustrated. What did it matter to him if Blackstar was turning into a bird brain? Surely it was better if ShadowClan were led by a senile old fool. Leafpool was stirring beside him. Did you dream of anything? She whispered. No, Jaypaw replied, still feeling out of sorts. Nothing that matters. Dun 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 dun. Skater boy, she said see you later, boy. Chapter 10. A fox screeched from deep in the forest. Hollypaw stirred in her nest as its bark echoed around the walls of the camp and crept into her dreams. Not in the tunnels, she murmured. What? Lionpaw rolled over beside her, but Hollypaw didn't answer. She had fallen back into sleep, slipping into the dream again. A tunnel stretched away in front of her, disappearing into the shadow. The dark river frothed and swirled at her tail. Heavy paws patted down the tunnel towards her, claws scraping against the rock floor. The stench of fox filled her nose. Her pelt prickled in terror as she saw the shape forming from the shadows, eyes glowing in the dark. Fox! She backed away, feeling the river tugging at her hind paws. The shape kept coming, eyes unblinking, until it emerged into the half-light. It was Linepaw. She leapt up with a start as a paw touched her shoulder. Hollypaw? Breakenfur was standing beside her nest. The den was in darkness, weak moonlight washing through the branches of the yew. Are you okay? She was trembling, her pelt hot with panic. It was just a dream. Relief washed over her like a cool wind. Can't you dream more quietly? What the heck was that? I don't even know what that was. Hi, Pride. Lionpaw grumbled beside her. I was out on the midnight patrol while you were snoring. He rolled over and tucked his muzzle under his paw. It's your turn now, Hollypaw, Breakenfur meowed softly. Foxpaw and Icepaw were fast asleep in their nests. Is it dawn? Hollypaw asked, trying to rub the sleep from her eyes. Not for a while yet, Breakenfur whispered. We're doing the pre-dawn patrol. The extra patrols had drained the clan and left its warriors and apprentices tired, but Firestar's plan seemed to be working. There had been no signs of intruders or prey stealers in days. Hollypaw stretched and followed her mentor out of the den. Her paws felt numb with sleep, and even the early morning chill couldn't chase away her weariness. A sharp white moon lit the camp. Thornclaw sat in the clearing, holding his tail down with a paw while he washed the tip. Guys, do you want to know a cat hack? This is a foolproof cat hack, okay? If you have a cat, try it out. It will work 100%. Get their tail, hold their tail, put their tail in front of their face. Like, put their tail, the tip of their tail on their nose. They will lick it. They will start grooming their tail. Absolutely, 100%. There's no, they will just stop everything and just groom their tail. This is my cat hack for you. Anyways. Pride. BRB. Go do it, go do it. Tell me if it works. A mussel? Wow. You're out of bait? That's sad. You have to use your fists. You have to grab it with your fists. Lug! Hi, Van. I can't reach him. No! You'll have to try later. And then tell me. Let's see. Sorrel paced around him. It's too cold to sit still, she complained. There'll be more warm nights before Greenleaf is gone. Breakenfur promised, padding up to the tortoiseshell and brushing his muzzle against hers. Is Hollypaw awake? Thornclaw asked. Hollypaw stepped from the shadows. Almost. Good. The golden brown tabby got to his paws. We can go. A small squeak sounded from inside the nursery. Has the fox gone? Rosekit mewed anxiously. I heard it barking and it sounded real close. It's far away in the forest, dear, Daisy soothed. Now go back to sleep. Hollypaw fell in behind Breakenfur as the patrol padded single file out into the forest. It was dark beneath the shelter of the trees, and Hollypaw stumbled over a root as they headed up the slope towards the WindClan border. Breakenfur glanced back at her. Are your paws still asleep? I'll wake up soon, she promised. They trekked to the border stream, slowing as they neared it. Sorreltail, leading the patrol, signaled with her tail for them to halt, and lifted her nose to taste the air. No fresh scents here. Thornclaw scrambled down the bank, and Hollypaw heard bushes rustle as he checked beneath them. He emerged with leaves caught in his pelt. No signs there. Padding quietly through the trees, they followed the stream along the border. Breakenfur pushed through a clump of ferns, sliding out the other side with a shake of his head. All clear. Thornclaw left a scent marker at the roots of an oak. We'll follow the stream out of the trees, Sorreltail decided. Then we can reset our markers along the moorland border. She led the way out of the forest and into the moonshine. The hillside glowed eerily white, and the silence of the moor and the forest set Hollypaw's pelt prickling. It's so quiet, she murmured. Dawn's coming, Breakenfur meowed. The birds will be waking soon. A breeze rustled the heather. Thornclaw, Breakenfur, you've reset the markers, Sorreltail ordered. Hollypaw and I will scout around and check for any WindClan scents. She nodded to Hollypaw. Follow me. Hollypaw padded down the slope after the tortoiseshell, her sleek, clumsy paws slipping on the coarse grass. Sorreltail beckoned her onward with her tail, and Hollypaw weaved ahead through the heather while Sorreltail headed back up the slope. Sniffing her way from bush to bush, she followed the curving ground through a dip and up onto a shallow hillock. The borderline lay here, detectable more from recent ThunderClan markers than the stale WindClan scent. It was as if this border hardly mattered to WindClan anymore. They must have been too busy hunting in the forest. Hollypaw gazed at the hillside beyond. The hill arched like the spine of a giant cat against the sky. It stretched to the horizon, creamy with the coming dawn. Cream gave way to yellow as the sun began to push against the darkness, driving back the night and staining the hilltop a soft pink. As the sky lightened, Hollypaw noticed a shape silhouetted on the crest. She narrowed her eyes, trying to make it out. She could not gauge its size, but as the dawn light washed over the hilltop, she recognized the shape as feline, with a face that tapered at the muzzle, a long, smooth back, and a curving tail, bushed at the tip. There was something proud and magnificent about the way it held its head. The large, wide-spaced ears prickled as it surveyed the lake below. Hollypaw stiffened. "It's a lion!" "A lion?" Sorrowtail dashed to join her. "Where?" Hollypaw pointed with her nose at the figure standing motionless on the hill. Sorrowtail shook her head. "That's just a cat." She peered harder. It doesn't look like WindClan, though. It's far too stocky and long-haired. Hollypaw blinked, realizing Sorrowtail was right. But for a moment, it really had looked like a lion. She'd heard of them in stories whispered in the nursery when she was a kid. Huge and fierce, rising like the sun to defend all their enemies. "We've reset the markers," Brickenfur called from the tree line. "We should head back so the Dawn Patrol can leave." Sorrowtail turned and dashed away to join him. Hollypaw dragged her gaze from the strange cat still standing on the horizon. Was it watching them? "Hollypaw reckoned she saw a lion," Sorrowtail told Brackenfur and Thornclaw as they padded back to camp. "On the moor." "A lion?" Brackenfur's eyes were glimmering with amusement. "Are you sure you weren't still dreaming?" Is that who I think it is? I can't even remember. Genuinely. "A lion?" Brackenfur's eyes glittered with amusement. "Are you sure you weren't still dreaming?" "No, I wasn't." Hollypaw mewed defensively. "And it did look like a lion. Soul, maybe?" I forget about Soul, but that would make sense. Why is Soul like... I know the name, but I just like genuinely like hardly remember him. Okay, anyways, continue. "It did look strange," Sorrowtail agreed. "Not a WindClan cat, that's for sure." "So long as it doesn't cross our border," Thornclaw growled. Cinderpaw was nosing her way out of the medicine cat's den as Hollypaw padded into camp. She limped around the clearing, headed for the thorn tunnel. Hollypaw fell in beside her. "Where are you going?" "Swimming." "On your own?" Hollypaw asked in surprise. "Jaypaw's busy sorting herbs, and Leafpool says I'll be okay if I take it slowly." Hollypaw noticed that Cinderpaw's words were no longer punctuated with gasps of pain. "Is it feeling better?" "Lots." Cinderpaw stopped and stretched. Her injured leg trembled with the strain, but she didn't flinch. "Can I come with you?" Hollypaw asked. "Aren't you tired?" "Not anymore." The sight of the lion on the moorland had jerked her wide awake. Cinderpaw purred. "I'd love the company." She glanced sideways at Hollypaw. "Do you want me to teach you how to swim?" Hollypaw shivered at the thought of a cold, wet pelt. "No, thanks." They padded nose to tail through the thorn tunnel. The sun was climbing the sky, warming the forest, and birds chattered in the trees. Hollypaw loved how the woods had lost that neat crispiness of early green leaf and had grown unkempt and disheveled, the undergrowth spilling over paths and trees, sending woolly shoots out from amongst their roots. It seemed like the forest was fuller and lusher than ever. She slowed as they climbed the slope towards the lake, so that Cinderpaw could match her step for step despite her limp. "Have you seen how Honeyfern keeps following Berrynose with that drippy look on her face?" Cinderpaw mewed. "Oh, yes," Hollypaw agreed. "Anyone would think he was StarClan's gift to the clan." "Can't she see what a bossy know-it-all he is? I think she likes him almost as much as he likes himself." "Then it must be love." Cinderpaw's whiskers twitched. "That reminds me. Have you noticed how Birchfall has started sharing tongues with Whitewing?" "The nursery could start getting crowded," Hollypaw purred. "I don't know if there'll be room once Millie has her kits," Cinderpaw mewed. "Leafpool says there are going to be at least 3. "Has Millie chosen any names yet?" Hollypaw wondered if Cinderpaw had heard any gossip while she'd been confined in Leafpool's den. "Leafpool says a kit needs to be seen before it can be named." Then I must have been a prickly kit, Hollypaw joked. It was good to talk about nothing in particular. It was like things used to be, before the prophecy. For the first time since returning from the mountains, she felt like an ordinary apprentice again. But she wasn't. A stab of envy jabbed her belly. Cinderpaw could chat like this forever, with no worries about being more powerful than her clanmates. Her only ambition was to become a warrior and to do the best she could for her clan. I have so much more to aim for, Hollypaw frowned, and I don't even know for sure what that could be. Jaypaw Chapter 11. A warm breeze circled the hollow, drawing the night scents of the forest into camp. The moon was high. Jaypaw could feel its light wash his pelt. He shifted his paws, stiff from waiting. Is there nothing? Are you sure there's nothing I can do? He whispered to Leafpool through the brambles covering the entrance of the medicine cat's den. She'd sent him outside when his pacing had knocked the poppy seeds flying across the floor. She was gathering them up now. I could help you clean up, he offered. No thanks, Leafpool called back. You just keep your ears pricked for any noise from the nursery. Oh, she's gonna give birth soon! Millie had been circling her den restlessly since sun-high, and, though her pains had not started properly, Leafpool had warned her the kittens might come any time. The rest of the camp was asleep, except for Graystripe, who kept his own vigil outside the nursery. Jaypaw tried not to let fear drifting from the Grey Warrior taint his own thoughts. Millie would be fine. Aw, Graystripe has PTSD about births. My God. The nursery brambles shivered, and paws pattered over the clearing. The kids are coming, Daisy called, keeping her voice low. Leafpool darted out of the den. Follow me, she hissed to Jaypaw. Jaypaw hurried after her, his heart racing as Leafpool and Daisy squeezed into the nursery. Look after Millie. Graystripe's anxious growl made him jump. The warrior was so close their pelts touched. If you have to choose which life to save, save hers. Before Jaypaw could answer, he was swept into Graystripe's memory. A silver tabby she-cat lay in a pool of blood at the bottom of a ravine. Grief wrenched Jaypaw's heart, and he fought to escape the vision, relieved when he blinked and found the world black once more. Leafpool won't let anything bad happen, he promised as he scrambled inside the nursery. He was scared of sensing any more of Graystripe's pain. He must have loved the silver she-cat very much. Millie was panting hard. She yowled low and long as Jaypaw slid in beside his mentor. Is she okay? He whispered. He had missed the birth of Daisy's kits and was excited to be witnessing Millie bringing life to new life into the clan. She's doing fine, Leafpool soothed. If this is what fine feels like, Millie croaked, Starkland, save me! Another spasm silenced her. Rosekit and Tonekit were wriggling in the corner of the den, their paws scrambling the moss. Stay back! Daisy mewed sternly, her fur brushing theirs as she held them. I want to see the kits! Rosekit complained. Is there any blood? Toadkit squeaked. Shh! Leafpool was hissing. Millie was panting hard. Again. You're doing well, Leafpool assured her. Where's Graystripe? Millie begged. He's just outside, Jaypaw told her. Good. Millie sighed as the spasm left her. Don't let him come in. Not yet. Leafpool wrapped her tail over Jaypaw, drawing him closer. Here, she mewed, grasping his paw gently between her jaws and resting it on Millie's swollen flank. Another spasm is coming. They come like waves lapping the shore, one after another, growing faster and stronger. Jaypaw felt a thrill of anticipation as Millie's flank tensed and rolled beneath his paw. Her muscles are working to push the kits out, Leafpool explained. In a moment, she's going to have to help by pushing too. Now? Millie asked. Not yet. Leafpool rested her paw beside Jaypaw's as the spasm subsided. Calm radiated from the medicine cat like moonbeams. Jaypaw was impressed. His own heart was pounding so hard he was sure the others might be able to hear it. Now! A new spasm gripped Millie, and Jaypaw felt the queen tense and tremble as she pushed with all her might. The first one's coming, Leafpool encouraged. I can see it. Millie pushed again, and Jaypaw smelled the new scent, warm, both musky and fresh at the same time. Leafpool shuffled along until she was crouched at Millie's tail. Look! You can't look. she whispered to Jaypaw. He leaned over and sniffed the damp bundle wiggling under his nose. Leafpool's cheek brushed his as she lapped at the newborn kit. I've opened the sack so it can breathe for air for the first time. Millie gasped. The next one's coming, Leafpool announced. Daisy pushed past Jaypaw and dragged the first kit out of the way. Jaypaw could hear her tongue scraping the kit's soggy pelt. Are you washing it? From the sound of it, she was licking the fur the wrong way. This will warm it and help it start breathing, Daisy told him. Jaypaw leaned in close and heard a tiny gasp as the kit drew in its first mouthful of air. Millie gave a low moan, and another damp bundle fell onto the moss. Here! Leafpool nosed Jaypaw towards it. Nip opened the sack to release it. Suddenly feeling nervous, Jaypaw looked at the wriggling mass, feeling the membrane slimy on his tongue. Careful to avoid the soft flesh beneath, he nipped at the delicate sack. It split between his teeth and tore open so that the kit tumbled out, squeaking and struggling. This one's breathing already, he told Leafpool. Good, she mewed. Now lick it like Daisy is doing. Sniffing first to find the kit's head, he began licking it from tail to ear. Soaked to the skin, it had grown cold quickly, but it soon began to grow warm and dry beneath his tongue. Millie shifted behind him, and her nose pushed past to sniff at her kits. Then she fell back again with a groan. Another one's coming, Leafpool announced. Millie yowled, softer this time, as though the pain were easing. There we go, Leafpool murmured as a new bundle plopped out. That's the last one. Millie turned and released it from her sack. She started to purr, lapping at its wet body. One male and 2 females, Leafpool told her. Millie sank back into her nest, still purring, and Leafpool lifted the 2 female kits and laid them at the queen's belly. They need milk, she explained to Jaypaw. Jaypaw picked up the kit he'd been washing. Yeah, now we know. We can track. This is the kit that Jaypaw brought to life. Technically not, but like broke the sack of, you know. It's his first birth. My son. Jaypaw picked up the kit he'd been washing and laid it beside the others. It immediately wiggled towards the warmth of its mother, scrambling to latch on. He sat back and listened to them suckling, their tiny purrs drowned by their mother's, and a wave of wistfulness swept over him as he smelled the warm, milky scent. You're lucky to be born in ThunderClan, he whispered to them, thinking of the prophecy for the first time that night. The brambles rustled as Graystripe pushed his way in. Leafpool must have called him. He crouched beside Millie, and Jaypaw heard him snuffling the queen's fur, relief flooding from his pelt. You have 2 daughters and 1 son, Millie told him, sounding tired. They're perfect, Graystripe replied softly. Millie struggled to prop herself up so that she could look down at her suckling babies. The Tom looks just like you, she commented, big and strong already, though he has more black stripes than you. He looks like a bumblebee, purred Graystripe. How about we call him Bumblecit? And the dark brown she-cat could be Briarkit. That sounds good, Millie agreed. I'd like to call the little one Blossomkit. The white patches on her tortoiseshell fur look just like fallen petals. Bumblekit, Briarkit, and Blossomkit. This is the Powerpuff Girls. Graystripe murmured, Welcome to ThunderClan, my precious children. They'll be all right now, Leafpool mewed to Jaypaw. Daisy will keep an eye on them and call us if they need anything. She wriggled out of the den, and Jaypaw followed her into the moonlight. As they padded back to their den, he felt a surge of pride. For Millie, for himself, and for Leafpool. You did well, Leafpool brushed her muzzle against his cheek as if she could tell how he felt inside. Thanks. Jaypaw licked her ear. The quirrell was a long way from his mind right now. That was the most amazing thing ever. Yes, it was, Leafpool murmured. Was that sadness in her mew? Jaypaw wondered. She certainly didn't seem as elated as he was. His paws felt lighter than the breeze, as if he could fly right out of the hollow and over the trees. Perhaps Leafpool had helped so many cats give birth that it didn't stir her anymore. Or perhaps she was envious of the way the tiny kits knew instantly who their mother was, and loved her fiercely from their very first breath. Jaypaw Jaypaw's paw stepped slowly as he tried to imagine how Leafpool really felt watching new lives being born. Did she feel sorry that she would never have kids of her own? Jaypaw slept late. When he finally padded out into the clearing, his thoughts bleary with sleep, hot sunshine warmed his back. The fresh kill pile smelled delicious, and, hungry after his night's work, he dragged a mouse from the top and began to eat. I heard you delivered your first kids! Hollypaw hurried up to him and rubbed his cheek with her muzzle. I wish I could have been there. It was great. Jaypaw mewed with between mouthfuls. Graystripe squeezed out of the nursery. Happiness shone from him warmer than the sun as he padded across the clearing. Congratulations, Graystripe, Longtail called. Cinderpaw paused from her washing as Graystripe passed the apprentice den. Is Millie all right? She's perfect, Graystripe answered, and so are the kids. I can't wait to see them. Icepaw was bouncing around the clearing. We've seen them already, Toadkit boasted. Bumblecit is going to play with me when he's a bit bigger. They're really cute, Rosekit added, especially Blossomkit. She's so tiny. Jaypaw could hear Graystripe nosing through the fresh kill pile. Millie will be hungry, Mousefur called from outside the elder's den. And she's gonna eat the best piece of prey I can find, Graystripe called back. Sorrowtail kneaded the ground. What do the kids look like? Briarkit is dark brown. Blossomkit is a tortoiseshell and white, Graystripe reported, and the Tom Bumblecit is gray with black stripes. Dustbelt was washing himself beside the half-rock. At least they'll have proper warrior names, he muttered. He clearly had not forgotten that Millie had refused a clan name. Bruh. Graystripe took no notice of the striped warrior. He returned to rummaging through the fresh kill pile until Firestar bounded from the high ledge. You chose fine names. The Thundercloud leader sounded excited for his old friend, though Jaypaw detected sorrow running like a spider's web between the two warriors, as though they shared a sad memory. Was it connected with the silver tabby Jaypaw had seen in his dream? You should have called Blossomkit Squealkit, because that's all she does. Don't be mean, Rosekit gasped. Fur brushed the dusty ground as the two kits tumbled into a fight. Stop it, you two! Spiderleg's stern mew echoed around the hollow as he separated his kits. We're just playing, Toadkit complained. Well, play something quieter. Spiderleg snapped. Oh my god, there's so many kits. Spiderleg snapped. I don't envy you, Graystripe. 2 kits are hard enough. Then he yelped in pain. When I told you to play with something else, Toadkit, I didn't mean attacking my tail. The thorn barrier rattled. Jaypaw swallowed the last of his mouse and tasted the air. Brambleclaw, Ashfur, and Lionpaw were padding into the camp. They headed for the fresh kill pile and dropped their prey. Where's the Dawn Patrol? Brambleclaw called. They should be back by now. Who was on it? Spiderleg asked. Thornclaw, Poppyfrost, and Birchfall. Guilt was prickling Firestar's pelt. He should have noticed they were missing. Jaypaw concentrated on the camp, scanning it for signs or smells of the 3 missing warriors. Perhaps they decided to hunt, Graystripe suggested. They're supposed to report straight back, Brambleclaw pointed out. It must be quiet in the forest, Spiderleg guessed. Jaypaw could smell only stale scents of the 3 warriors. He cast his mind further, beyond the walls of the camp. If they were close to the hollow, he might be able to pick up a stray thought or feeling. He could picture trees and bushes, a landscape built of images glimpsed up in his dreams, but no sign of his clanmates. Suddenly, his mind emptied and blackness crowded in, smothering his thoughts. Coldness gripped him, seeping into his flesh, chilling his bones. He tried to breathe, but the emptiness choked him, crushing him like water, drowning him in terrible darkness. Then it vanished, and he could picture the forest again, green and quiet. Jaypaw gasped for breath, his flanks heaving as he sucked in clean, bright air. Are you all right? Leafpool was crouching beside him. Hollypaw pressed against his pelt. What's wrong with him? She wailed. How much time had passed? Graystripe was still standing at the fresh kill pile, with a vole dangling from his jaws. Spiderleg was still chasing Toadkit away from his tail. The vision had only overtaken him for a heartbeat or two. Something's coming, he croaked. Something. He broke off as terror seized him again. Something dark! Leafpool didn't comment. Her attention had been snatched away by the rustling of the barrier. Bobby Frost! Firestar greeted the younger warrior as she padded out of the thorns. Then the Thundercloud leader's mew sharpened. Are you okay? Puppy Frost was ruffled and nervous. Birchpaw followed her, his paw steps hesitant. Jaypaw leaned forward, every hair on his pelt tingling. Unfamiliar paw steps were padding through the tunnel. A new scent filled his nose as a strange tom entered the hollow. Who is it? Jaypaw demanded under his breath. I don't know, Hollypaw whispered back. What does he look like? Hollypaw didn't answer, her thoughts drawn to the stranger. Jaypaw tasted the air. The tom carried the scent of heather on his pelt and the clean smell of wind and water, but nothing else familiar. He tried searching the tom's mind, but found himself dazzled by countless thoughts and images, trees, skies, lightning, roaring monsters, and vast stretches of rolling green water. But none of them stayed still long enough for Jaypaw to see them clearly. It was like trying to gaze at broken water flashing with sunlight. He nudged Hollypaw. Well? He's tall, she mewed distractedly. Taller than a Firestar. His head narrows towards his chin, and his ears are large and wide-spaced. His fur is longer than ours, dark brown and white with splashes of bright tortoiseshell, and his tail. Her mew trailed away. I've seen him before. It's the lion. Jaypaw stiffened in alarm. What? Her voice dropped even more. On the moor, with the sun rising behind him, he looked like a lion. Jaypaw wanted to know everything, but Firestar was padding towards the stranger. The air in the hollow crackled with tension. Thornclaw? Firestar's voice was sharp as he addressed the senior warrior. Why have you brought this cat here, into our camp? I... Thornclaw seemed lost for words, and Jaypaw sensed confusion clouding the warrior's thoughts. He was no longer sure why he had let a perfect stranger into the heart of ThunderClan territory. It had just seemed like the right thing to do. Firestar. Unexpectedly, the stranger broke in. I am honored to meet you. I have long looked forward to seeing ThunderClan. His mew was deep, but his tone light, as though promising honesty. How does he know us? Spiderleg hissed. Where is he from? Leafpool breathed. You've looked forward to seeing ThunderClan? Disbelief edged Firestar's meow as he echoed the stranger's words. What do you want with us? What do we want with him? Oh, sorry, that was supposed to be Mousefur. What do we want with him? Mousefur growled. Send him away! I want nothing from you. The stranger's mew echoed around the hollow. Weariness flashed from Firestar. Then why are you here? I came because it was time. Time for what? Spiderleg called. Time to come. The stranger replied. Jaypaw shivered. How did this cat make such simple words sound so powerful? Firestar shifted his paws. He's talking nonsense, Mousefur muttered. Tell him to leave. But he just got here. Toadkit skipped excitedly across the clearing. Who are you? He asked, stopping in front of the stranger. A purr of amusement rumbled in the stranger's throat. I am Soul. Brambleclaw padded quickly forward. You and Rosekit should be resting in the nursery, he told Toadkit. Couldn't have gotten much sleep last night. Was there trouble? Sorry. Was there trouble? You did! I don't remember anything about Soul. Soul meowed. No. The ThunderClan deputy followed Rosekit and Toadkit as they padded, grumbling, to their den. He waited while they scrambled inside and called to Thornclaw. Where did you find the stranger? On the WindClan border, Thornclaw explained. He wasn't stealing prey or even trying to cross into our territory. He was waiting. I was waiting for a patrol, Soul told him. How does a loner know about borders and patrols? Why? Firestar sounded baffled. So that they could escort me here. Jaypaw focused on Soul, groping for a reason why he had come, but he still couldn't make sense of the glittering shoal of his thoughts. His clanmates seemed to have been lulled into a bewildered ruffled silence. When no one spoke, Saul mewed again. I have intruded. The tip of his tail brushed the earth. I thought the ThunderClan above all would welcome me. His attention fixed on Firestar like a shaft of light. You like to help cats less fortunate, don't you? Firestar bristled. We don't turn away cats who are in need, he meowed carefully. But you say you need something. But you say you need nothing. You want me to go, Soul concluded, but he made no move to leave. Instead, he sniffed as though tasting the air for more information. May I meet your clan first? I have traveled far and alone, and I would be grateful to brush pelts with other cats for a few moments. Very well. Firestar padded across the clearing. This is Brambleclaw, my deputy. His tail swished the air. And that is Leafpool, our medicine cat. So you are the medicine cat. Soul sounded pleased. Yes? Leafpool meowed, shifting her paws. This is Thornclaw, Greystripe, Sandstorm, and Dustpelt. Firestar mewed quickly. And I'm Micepaw! The young apprentice bounded forward. And this is my brother, Foxpaw. Ah, paws. Soul meowed thoughtfully. You are learning to be warriors, yes? That's right, Brambleclaw answered for her. In fact, they should be training now. He addressed the apprentices. Shouldn't your mentors have you out in the forest? Whitewing darted forward. Yes, come on, Icepaw. Let's go do some battle training. Foxpaw, you can train with us until Squirrelflight gets back from hunting. Can't we stay here? Foxpaw whined, but Whitewing was already shooing them out of camp. With a squeak, Rosekit and Toadkit tumbled out of the nursery. I thought I told you, Brambleclaw began, then stopped as Daisy followed them out, scolding. Told you. Told you. Millie's kids are too young to play, even if you were just tickling them with a feather. The Queen's angry mew trailed off abruptly. She must have spotted Soul. Away with you, she whispered to her babies. Her mew brittled with embarrassment. She hurried Rosekit and Toadkit towards the apprentice den. Play over here, and don't make any noise. Firestar's busy. She isn't clan-born, is she? Soul commented. Spiderleg growled. She's part of ThunderClan now. Of course. Soul mewed smoothly. Spiderleg shuffled his paws. I mean, she's one of us, that's all. Jaypaw smelled fresh prey as the barrier rustled. Squirrelflight and Sandstorm were returning from their hunt. They slowed when they spotted Soul, surprise pulsing from them. More prey, Soul queried as they dropped their catch self-consciously onto the pile. Do you ever run out? Brambleclaw crossed the clearing to join Squirrelflight. Jaypaw couldn't catch what he whispered to his mate's ear before turning back to Soul. Prey is scarce in Leafbear, but we survive, he mewed. I can see, Soul mewed approvingly. Perhaps we can offer you a meal before you continue your journey, Firestar offered. Soul sat down. I can catch my own prey. Can he take a hint? Hollypaw whispered. Jaypaw felt Soul's gaze hot on his pelt. You have blind cats in the clan. Leafpool stepped in front of Jaypaw. Jaypaw is my apprentice, she meowed protectively. 2 medicine cats, Soul observed. Even better. I have something to share I think a medicine cat will appreciate more than a warrior. So you have come for a reason, Firestar challenged. I am just passing through, Soul meowed lightly. But while I am here, I might as well share. He paused. Would you rather I left immediately? No! Leafpool darted forward. Let him share what he knows with me, she begged to Firestar. It is not for all ears, Soul warned. We can go into the forest, Leafpool suggested. She feels his power too. Why else would she be so eager to share with him? Fries, nice! Firestar hesitated. Very well. The ThunderClan leader agreed cautiously, but take Jaypaw with you. Leafpool led Soul out of the camp, and Jaypaw followed, padding in their paw steps until they reached a mossy clearing not far from the camp entrance. What is it that you want to tell us? Leafpool seemed determined not to be intimidated. Soul crouched, energy surging from his pelt. Darkness is coming, he hissed. Jaypaw held his breath. The choking blackness! He pushed the memory away. He had to hear everything that this cat said. What do you mean? Leafpool's mew was taut. A time of great emptiness lies ahead, Soul warned. Nothing will be the same again. Soul's voice was hypnotic, and his words seemed to echo with the wisdom of the ancient clans. Jaypaw leaned closer as Soul's voice grew softer. The sun will go out. What does he mean? Jaypaw struggled to see beyond the words into Soul's thoughts, but it was like trying to catch fish too slippery to grip. Leafpool shifted her paws. StarClan haven't given me any signs. They literally just did to Jaypaw. Dear Leafpool, Soul sighed, your faith is noble, but can StarClan really know everything? But Leafpool tried to object, but Soul pressed on. They are only spirits of ordinary cats, like you and me, aren't they? That's what I think! Jaypaw's fur stood on end, but he's brave enough to say it out loud. He wanted to ask Soul how he knew. Had he met StarClan? The tribe of endless hunting? Rock? But Leafpool flicked the tip of her tail across his mouth to stop him from saying anything. We've been guided by StarClan in many things, she mewed firmly. They found us a new place to live after our forest was destroyed by Two Legs. We will continue to trust them for all the moons to come. Soul sat up. I was only thinking of the clans, he meowed. Had Leafpool offended him? But no doubt they can take care of themselves, as they always have. Yes, they will. Leafpool stood and began to head back towards the thorn barrier. Clearly, she didn't care whether she'd offended him or not. Soul padded slowly after her. Was that satisfaction warming the stranger's pelt? Jaypaw began to follow. Hush! A hiss from the undergrowth made him stop in his track. He sniffed the air. Foxpaw and Icepaw. I thought you two were training, he mewed sternly. Burns swished as the apprentices slid out from where they'd been hiding. White Wing sent us off to practice stalking, Foxpaw mewed sheepishly. Icepaw showed no signs of embarrassment. Is it true? She squeaked. Is the sun really gonna die? She was quivering with a mixture of excitement and horror. Why hasn't StarClan warned us? Be quiet! Jaypaw pricked his ears, afraid White Wing might be close. None of the others must know. But we should warn them, Foxpaw mewed. Who do you trust more? Jaypaw snapped. This stranger or StarClan? Spreading gossip like this will only cause panic. You must think like warriors, not kids. Praying this would be enough to keep them quiet, he shooed them towards camp and followed them as they scampered through the thorn barrier. Lionpaw, with the scent of trees lingering on his pelt, hurried to greet Jaypaw. What do you find out about him? Hollypaw told me you've been in the forest to talk. Leafpool and Soul did the talking. What did they say? Jaypaw pricked his ears. Firestar was speaking to Soul. A patrol will escort you to the border, the ThunderClan leader meowed. We'll make sure he crosses it, Dustpelt growled from the barrier, where he waited with Sandstorm and Spiderleg. Jaypaw felt his paws grow hot as Soul began to pad towards them. Well? Lionpaw pressed. Soul's faint, unfamiliar scent filled his nostrils. Don't forget. Soul leaned close as he passed. Darkness is coming. What did he say? Lionpaw demanded as Soul headed out through the tunnel. Jaypaw stifled a shiver. Doesn't matter, he mewed. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, this is the last chapter. Not of the book, but of today. Thank you for the lurk, Momo! Sorry I couldn't say hi more. Chapter 12. Aw, man! I know. Why don't you two get to sleep? Or why don't you two get to go to sleep? Lionpaw grumbled, circling in his nest yet again. Icepaw and Foxpaw had been whispering in the dark ever since White Wing had sent them to their nests. With only 5 apprentices left in the den, the noise seemed louder than usual. Hollypaw was asleep with her tail covering her ears, and Cinderpaw snored gently beside her. Didn't Icepaw and Foxpaw need rest too? Lionpaw tried to make himself comfortable, but his moss felt lumpy. What are you whispering about anyway? He hissed at the 2 young apprentices. Nothing important, Foxpaw mewed. Linepaw wriggled, feeling a pebble deep in his nest. Perhaps that was what was making him so uncomfortable. He rooted down through the moss, feeling for the stone and wishing he were asleep. The whispering started again. "Shut up!" Linepaw hissed. "It wasn't us!" Icepaw retorted indignantly. Linepaw tensed. Then who was it then? He sat up in his nest. Something was moving outside. A faint shadow flickered over the branches of the den. Linepaw tasted the air. A musky tang filled his mouth. Not ThunderClan. He froze. WindClan! Had they come to ask for help? But why now, under cover of darkness? He crept to the entrance of the cave. "Where are you going?" Foxpaw whispered. Shh! Peering out, Linepaw saw thin shadows streaming through the thorn tunnel. The light-footed shapes were filling the clearing, hardly visible under the moonless sky. He blinked in disbelief. An evasion? Attack! Linepaw screeched the alarm and shot from the den. He slammed into a WindClan cat, surprised that the wraith-like warrior felt so real. Noise exploded around him as, snarling and hissing, the WindClan invaders turned on him. He lashed out at the barrage of paws, keeping his hind paws firmly planted against the onslaught. Then he dropped and crouched, letting the attackers fall in upon themselves and wriggle out of the melee. ThunderClan warriors were streaming out of their den, pelts bristling, eyes wide with shock. Hollypaw raced into the clearing with Cinderpaw, Icepaw, and Foxpaw at her heels. "Why are they attacking us?" This was no time for questions. "Circle the clearing and pick off the outsiders," Linepaw ordered. He ducked as a WindClan warrior leaped for him, then arched his back. His attacker rolled clumsily over him, landing wrong-footed as Linepaw spun and leaped for his throat. Only just in time, he re-aimed at his attack, biting the WindClan warrior sharply behind his ear and rolling him to the ground. "I nearly killed you!" Oh, God. Linepaw realized how close he'd come to tearing this warrior's throat out. "Get out of my camp!" he hissed, hooking the warrior with his forepaw and raking his belly with his hind. "Or I will kill you!" The WindClan warrior wriggled from his grasp, but didn't flee, only disappeared into the throng of cats fighting in the clearing. Linepaw tried to follow him, but the WindClan warrior's pelt disappeared into the gray, writhing mass. A flash of white. Cloudtail was shouldering his way through the crowd. Sandstorm's pelt glowed at the far side of the battle. Close by, Linepaw could make out the white patches of Sorreltail and Brightheart. Whitewing was outside the Elder's Den, slashing side by side with her apprentice, Icepaw, and an advancing line of WindClan warriors. Legendary oh, I guess the rates have drastically changed. Brightheart rolled past him, grappling with a spitting WindClan Tom. Raystripe grabbed the Tom, hooking him away with his clanmate. Hooking away from his clanmate and tossing him aside like fresh kill. "Get inside the nursery!" he yowled. While Brightheart slid inside the nursery to defend the queens and kits, Graystripe planted his paws at the entrance, his glittering eyes darting at any cat to come close. "Lionpaw!" Ashfur's yowl sounded from the Elder's Den. "Get over here!" Linepaw scooted around the edge of the battle, ducking past flailing paws. Whitewing and Icepaw were still fighting on the oncoming WindClan warriors, their fur darkened with blood. "We've got to get Longtail and Mousefur onto the high ledge," Ashfur growled. "I'll help Whitewing and Icepaw hold this lot off." He rolled onto his back and shoved a WindClan warrior away with his hind paws. "You guide Longtail and Mousefur up the rocks to the ledge." Linepaw glanced at Icepaw, grappling with a young WindClan Tom. Her eyes shone with fury as she battered his ears with blow after blow. "Get on with it!" Ashfur screeched. Linepaw darted into the Elder's Den. Longtail and Mousefur were crouching at the back of the honeysuckle cave, fur bristling, claws unsheathed. "You need to follow me to the high ledge." "You should be fighting!" Mousefur spat. "Oh, we should be fighting," Mousefur spat. "You might have to," Linepaw told her. "But for now, it'll be easier to chase WindClan off if we don't have to worry about you." He knew it was blunt, but there was no time for tact. All their lives were at stake. He checked the den entrance. Ashfur and Whitewing were pushing WindClan back. Icepaw, her muzzle glistened with Fresh blood had fought off the Tom. She narrowed her eyes, then lunged at the hind legs of the Wind Clan warrior battering White Wing. They'd created a gap in front of the den big enough to guide the elders through. Linepaw turned and nudged Mousefur out, then Longtail. He slid alongside them, shielding them from lashing tails and thrashing paws as they made their way to the tumble of rocks leading to the high ledge. Hurry up! He willed Mousefur on. Longtail was already climbing the rocks, but Mousefur was hobbling as though each step was a struggle, leaning up against her. Linepaw took her weight and guided her upward. Stop! Firestar stood on the ledge above them, eyes blazing with rage. His yowl rang like thunder around the walls of the hollow. Linepaw halted, and all the cats grew still, all eyes turning to the ThunderClan leader. How dare you! Firestar roared. The massive cats parted to reveal One Star in the midst. The Wind Clan leader had led the attack himself. Linepaw stiffened. This was no raiding party. This was war. Starlight glittered in One Star's eyes. We dare because we are true warriors, he meowed evenly. This battle has been too long coming. ThunderClan must learn that they are not the most important clan in the forest. Firestar listened, still as a rock. You watch the suffering of others, waiting to be begged for help like you belong to StarClan. One Star lashed his tail. We will not beg. We are warriors. We will fight for the prey and the territory we need to survive. Firestar's eyes grew wide. So you invade our camp? The ThunderClan leader was outraged. We want to make sure you get the message, hissed One Star. You think being a warrior means saving mountain cats and rescuing strays? We think it's about taking care of our clan. That's unfair. Where would any of the clans be now if it weren't for Firestar? Linepaw dug his claws into the loose rock to stop himself from leaping at the Wind Clan leader's throat. Firestar leaped down from the high ledge, landing lightly and padding towards One Star. The clans drew back to let him pass. He stopped, unblinking, a whisker away from the Wind Clan leader. If you want a battle, he growled, then you have one. One Star flicked his tail and Linepaw tensed, ready to push Longtail and Mousefur up back to the safety when the camp exploded once more into the battle. But, to his astonishment, the Wind Clan cats turned and swarmed out of the thorn tunnel, their paw steps fading into the forest as the barrier grew still. Ha! Icepaw bounded forward. They're too scared to fight us! Dustpelt narrowed his eyes. It doesn't make sense, he growled. Why go to the trouble of attacking at night and then leave? They had the advantage. We were totally unprepared. We're not unprepared now, Foxpaw mewed, flicking his back legs out in a well-rehearsed battle move. I want a patrol to follow them, Firestar ordered. I want to be sure they've left our territory. I'll go, Dustpelt volunteered once. Firestar nodded. Take Birchfall, Cloudtail. He glanced around his clan. Linepaw leaned forward. Ashra and Linepaw, you go with them. Yes! Linepaw bounded down the rocks. Is anyone wounded? Firestar called. Leafpool and Jaypaw were already weaving among the warriors, bundles of herbs in their jaws. Whitewing was licking the blood splatters from her pelt. Firestar looked at her anxiously. Whitewing? Just a few scratches, she mewed. Mostly Wing Clan blood. Good. Firestar nodded. I want you to lead a patrol to the Shadow Clan border and make sure all is quiet there. Take Brickenfur and Sorreltail with you. Ollipaw padded forward. Can I go? Yes, Firestar agreed. Icepaw, you go with them too. He looked at Graystripe, who was still guarding the nursery. Do you want me to go? Graystripe volunteered. No, Firestar answered. We need strong warriors to protect the camp in case Wind Clan returned, and I can't think of anyone who would defend the nursery more fiercely than you. Brambleclaw! He turned to his deputy. Why wasn't the entrance guarded tonight? Brambleclaw's gaze darkened. The extra patrols have stretched us to the limit. Guard it now, Firestar told him. From now on, it will be guarded day and night, patrols or no patrols. We shall just have to manage on less sleep till this danger passes. Mewling sounded from the nursery and Graystripe stiffened. Brightheart popped her head out. The kids are frightened, but they're okay. Toadkit slid out beside her. I wanted to see the battle. Brightheart grabbed him by the scruff and scooped him back inside. Sandstorm? Firestar turned to his mate. The thorn barrier must be strengthened. We'll weave in all the extra brambles we can find. I want everyone working together. Sandstorm dipped her head. Oops. Linepaw raced to the entrance, where Dustpelt was already waiting with Cloudtail, Ashfur, and Birchfall. Ashfur and Birchfall joined them. Dustpelt flicked his tail. Ready? Cloudtail nodded. Birchfall kneaded the ground. Lionfall could hardly keep his paws still. He wanted to watch WindClan as they fled like cowards over the border. Come! Dustpelt turned and pounded into the forest, and Lionpaw followed, blood roaring in his ears. The woods smelled of WindClan, and Lionpaw wrinkled his nose. Warriors? They were nothing but thieves and bullies. Perhaps we'll catch them before they reach the border. His paws itched for battle. He would beat WindClan just like he'd beaten the Mountain Cats. They were both scrawny bunches of prey stealers. Cloudtail raced into the lead, signaling for the patrol to slow down. He was the clan's best tracker. No WindClan scent would escape him. He led them straight for the border, stopping and sniffing at twigs and leaves before nodding and moving on to the next scent. As they neared the WindClan part of the forest, he halted beside a low-spreading yew. He sniffed it, and then turned his head, ears pricking. Padding into a dip, he sniffed at a bramble and frowned. He jumped onto the bank, which led down to a border stream, and opened his mouth to draw in scent. Shaking his head, he glanced back at his clanmates. What is it? Dustpelt demanded. They split up here. Dustpelt flattened his ears. They did what? Cloudtail flicked his tail towards the yew. One group went that way. Towards the old thunder path. An ominous feeling rumbled in Lionpaw's belly. And the other went that way. Cloudtail was pointing his nose towards the lake. And the other? Birchfall cut him off. The other? Cloudtail was looking upstream. The other group has gone deeper into the woods, he finished. Lionpaw gulped. That wasn't where the tunnel entrance lay. Then none of them have crossed back over the border? Ashfur circled his clanmates, pelt bristling. Not as far as I can tell, Cloudtail meowed. This is as closest to the border as the scents go. Is there any fresh scents on the border at all? Cloudtail shook his head. Ashfur narrowed his eyes. So they didn't come in this way either. They must have crossed the moorland border, Birchfall guessed. Lionpaw prayed it was true, but he couldn't forget the fox den he had found. Had WindClan found it too? Had they used it to invade ThunderClan territory? He fought down the urge to race to the thickets and check for WindClan scents. How would he explain his suspicions to the others? We should go back to camp, Birchfall warned. WindClan are still on our land. His eyes round with worry, he glanced at his clanmates before bounding away. Lionpaw raced after him, Cloudtail and Dustpelt at his heels. The forest floor blurred beneath his paws as they sped for home. Firestar! Dustpelt exploded through the thorn tunnel and called to the ThunderClan leader. Lionpaw saw with relief that the clamp was the same as when they had left. Foxpaw and Icepaw were passing up brambles to Brightheart, who stretched up to weave them into the thorn barrier. Spiderleg was dragging more branches out from behind the medicine den, with Berrynose and Honeyfern pressing mud to the leaves around the bottom of the barrier to root it more firmly into place. Greystripe paced outside the nursery, the fur bristling along his spine. Mousefur and Longtail crouched on the high ledge. Firestar looked up sharply. Have they left? He had been talking with Brambleclaw in the middle of the moonlit clearing. Dustpelt shook his head. What? Firestar dug his claws into the soft dirt. They split up into 3 groups and disappeared. Greystripe hurried from the nursery. Split up? They must be trying to weaken us by dividing us up, Brambleclaw growled. The attack on the camp was just to get our attention, Firestar concluded. They want to draw us out into the forest. If they've split up, they've weakened themselves too, Dustpelt pointed out. But they have the advantage of surprise, Greystripe muttered. They know we're coming. And we don't know where they're hiding, Dustpelt finished. Brightheart left her work at the berry and padded into the clearing. Spiderleg, Berrynose, and Honeyfern joined her, ears pricked and tails flicking nervously. We know which way they headed, Cloudtail meowed. One group went up towards the top of the territory, one went down towards the lake, and it looks like one doubled back and headed for the old 2-leg path. How in the name of StarClan did they know which way to go? Dustpelt wondered. Firestar frowned. Looks like they know our territory better than we imagined. That's impossible, Brambleclaw insisted. Our patrols have kept them from crossing the border. They know about the tunnels! They know about the tunnels! Lionpaw listened silently, his belly churning as he pictured WindClan warriors creeping night after night from the foxhole, past the patrols, and into the very heart of ThunderClan territory to scout for pieces to fight. The thorn barrier shook as Whitewing charged into the camp. No sign of trouble on the ShadowClan border. Ragenfur and Hollypaw raced in after her, Icepaw and Sorrowtail at their heels. Firestar faced them. WindClan have split up and they are still on our territory. Hollypaw's eyes widened. They didn't leave? Sorreltail gasped. No. Firestar paced the clearing. We need 3 battle patrols to go out and find them. A 4th patrol will stay behind to defend the camp. He swung his head towards his old friend. Graystripe, that will be your duty. Graystripe nodded. I'll lead 1 patrol. Brambleclaw, you lead the 2nd, and Dustpelt, you will lead the 3rd. By now the whole clan was gathered around their leader. Leafpool and Jaypaw listened from the outside of the medicine den. Firestar scanned the anxious faces. ThunderClan will defend its territory, he promised. Ashfur, Lionpaw, Berrynose, Spiderleg, Poppyfrost, you'll follow me. He turned to Brambleclaw and Dustpelt. Pick your own warriors. Leafpool and Jaypaw will stay in camp with the queens and elders. Brightheart and Whitewing, you stay with them too. Cinderpaw, Ferncloud, and Icepaw, you stay too. Cinderpaw looked ready to argue, but held her tongue. Icepaw wasn't so wise. But she began to complain. Firestar glared at her. Do you think kits and elders aren't worth defending? Of course! Icepaw backed away. Dustpelt and Brambleclaw began to gather their patrols, choosing their cats with a flick of their tail. The clan divided like water around rocks, pooling behind the 2 warriors. Are we ready? Firestar asked. Brambleclaw beckoned Mouse Whisker and Hazeltail, then nodded. What about me? Foxpaw mewed. You'll be with us, of course, Squirrelflight called from beside Dustpelt. The apprentice hurried to his mentor. I'll head into the woods near the border, Firestar declared. Firestar pricked his ears. Would he have a chance to check out the foxhole? He might be able to seal it up. Brambleclaw, Firestar went on, you go to the ShadowClan border. Check the abandoned 2-leg nest, and Dustpelt. The tabby warrior leaned forward. You head for the lake. Lionpaw darted to Hollypaw's side. You'll be careful? You'll be careful? I'll do what I have to do, she answered. Jaypaw's gray pelt shimmered in the moonlight as he hurried from the medicine den. You must both come back, he told them. His blind blue gaze sparkled with fear. The prophecy. Was that all he cared about? Their territory was at stake. Of course we'll come back, Hollypaw promised, her voice catching in her throat. She brushed her cheek against Jaypaw's. Lionpaw felt a prickle of guilt. Perhaps he was just worried about them. At the entrance to the nursery, Millie pressed her muzzle into Graystripe's pelt. She looked weary, but as she stepped back, Lionpaw could see her eyes glittering with determination. She would die to save her kits. Daisy squeezed out behind her and called across the clearing, Take care, Spiderleg! But the warrior was talking to Berrynose and didn't turn. Had he heard? Ferncloud weaved around Dustpelt, then nodded a brisk farewell to her mate before turning to Foxpaw. Be strong and brave, and do exactly as you're ordered. Of course! Foxpaw nodded. Ferncloud opened her mouth to say more, but turned away, her eyes clouding for an instant. She had watched her mate Dustpelt leave for battle many times, but it was harder to say goodbye to one of her kits. Icepaw scrambled to her mother's side. I'll be strong and brave too! Cloudtail touched her muzzle to her little cat's ear. I know. Lionpaw! Firestar called from the mouth of the thorn tunnel. His patrol was already filing out into the forest. Good luck! Lionpaw whispered to Hollypaw and Jaypaw before running out of the camp after his clanmates. Firestar led them quickly through the woods, keeping to the undergrowth. No cat spoke as they moved through the bushes. In the darkness, Lionpaw stumbled over roots and tripped on stones. They were heading into battle, but the familiar tingle of excitement was dulled by worry. What if his hunch was right? Had WindClan really been sneaking through the foxhole he'd discovered? Berrynose was jostling behind him, but Lionpaw refused to let him pass. Mouse dung! The cream-colored Tom suddenly cursed. Lionpaw turned to see him hopping about, flapping his paw. What happened? What happened? A dumb mouse hole tripped me. Are you okay? Berrynose pressed his sore paw carefully to the ground, then sighed with relief. Nothing sprained. The rest of the patrol had pushed on ahead. We'd better catch up, Lionpaw whispered. He quickened his pace, glancing back to make sure Berrynose was keeping up. The scent of WindClan soured the air. Worse, it was growing stronger as they neared the border, until it seemed every leaf and twig were tainted by their stench. Lionpaw's heart was racing. Why hadn't he done something about the tunnel? He should have told Firestar or blocked it up. An angry yowl made him jump. The fox-hearted cowards! Firestar was furious. Lionpaw burst from the undergrowth to see the ThunderClan leader standing at the edge of the thicket where the foxhole lay concealed. The patrol gathered around it, and, even in the moonlight filtering through the trees, the WindClan paw prints were obvious. The forest floor had been trodden to mud by the comings and goings of WindClan intruders. They've been using this for ages, Ashford growled. Foxstar stooped to sniff the prints. They used it tonight, that's for sure. Spiderleg was squeezing out of the thicket, using the same gap Lionpaw had wriggled through days earlier. There's a tunnel in here, he confirmed. I didn't go down too far, but it stinks of WindClan and leads towards their territory. Then we must block it up, Firestar ordered. No more WindClan warriors will be coming this way. Or leaving, Ashfar hissed. Poppy Frost glanced around nervously. But they're here already. Then we'll deal with them next, Firestar promised. He grabbed a dead branch in his jaw and rammed it into the gap in the thicket. We can seal off the entrance to the tunnel later, he meowed. Blocking this opening should be enough for now. Ashford turned and began kicking mud against the gap in the brambles. The others followed suit. Lionpaw grabbed a broken branch and shoved it beside Firestar's churned up earth, splattering his flank. Why hadn't he done this days ago? Firestar nudged him out of the way. You and Poppyfrost stand guard. He nodded to the others. We'll continue checking the border. He led them away from the thicket in silence, each cat prowling now as if hunting for prey. WindClan prey. Standing by the heap of branches blocking the way into the thicket, Lionpaw scanned the forest, whiskers stiff. Poppyfrost paced a little ways in front from him, nose twitching. He glanced at her. Any sign? Okay, I can't. I read ahead. We can't end at the chapter here. We have to keep reading. She opened her mouth to answer, but a bush rustled a few tail lengths ahead of them. She froze. A shadow streaked towards her. Night Cloud! Attack! Lionpaw's warning was cut off as Hairspring shot out from beneath a bramble and slammed him into the ground. Struggling to his paws, Lionpaw screeched as WindClan warriors swarmed from the shadows on every side. Yeah, I can't keep reading. Wait, we're in it for the long haul. Because the next chapter is Hollypaw. So we're not even going to be in Lionpaw. So we don't even know what happened to Lionpaw. Hold on. I need to get some... I need to get some water. Hold on. Or at least, like, take off my sweater. Why is the climax so early? I guess there's 100 pages. There's 150 pages left. This is the perfect place to end then. I guess so. Ugh. Fine. We can end. I guess at least then it would start up like really excitingly next time. Unless read the last 150 now, but I want to know what happens. Ugh. Wait, this is troubling. This is troubling, guys. Hold on. I need to check my phone. Where's my phone? Oh, it was in my pocket. I am battered. There has to be a point where it slows down, right? There has to be a point where it slows down. It can't be like crazy all the way to the end, right? There has to be a stopping point. Checking. It's crazy all the way to the end. No, it can't be! Ugh. We're on page 207. So this would be where I would end. Like this is like the perfect, or like it's exactly how many I need. That said, it would mean that next time I would have to read 150 pages. And I can't say, listen, okay, I can't say how much energy I will have next time. So what if I don't have enough energy to finish it next time? But right now I'm really hyped up. My leg is shaking. Like I'm so crazy. So maybe now's a good time to keep going. You know what I mean? At least 50 more pages, you know, at least 50 more pages. Then at least I know for sure I can get 100 pages next time. You know, I can't account for the future me, but I can account for the present me. And that's what's important. That's definitely what's important. Okay. I'm gonna go get some more water. That technically isn't water, it's Gatorade. But I'm gonna go get some of that, and I'm gonna check in with my roommate, see how things are going, and if I can, in fact, continue to read. Um, and yeah, okay. Be right back. You guys go get your chips too. Then you can go check to see if your cat will stop everything and lick its tail if you put it in its face. Okay, I'll be right back. Do I have a BRB screen here? Bye-bye. out. Also, was there even... Hold on. Sorry, I have to go back for a second. The background music wasn't even playing. You guys were sitting there in silence. That's so sad. Sorry. All right. I can continue reading. Fantastic news. So I'm going to continue reading. I'm also going to eat more. I took off my sweater because I was getting so worked up. I got so hot. And now I'm cold again because I got up and walked around. I'm going to put my sweater back on. Alright, let's keep going. You're gonna have to take it off again. But I'll be cold! I'll be too cold! Alright. We're in the midst of a battle! Alright. Chapter 13. A rising wind stirred the forest. Branches rattled and leaves showered down onto the patrol as Hollypaw followed her clanmates through the woods. It's so dark! She glanced up. No starlight glittered through the leaves, and the clouds had hidden the moon. Breakenfur's tail brushed her cheek. He was only a few paw steps ahead of her, but she could hardly see him. Stay close, he whispered. The patrol was moving slowly, picking its way through the forest. WindClan might be hiding anywhere, waiting for them to pass. Ow! Mouse Whisker's muted yelp from behind her made Hollypaw jump. Are you all right? She hissed over her shoulder. Scratched my eye on a bramble. Hollypaw stopped and peered through the darkness at Mouse Whisker's cut. Blood was welling around his eye, and it was already puffing up. Mouse Whisker brushed away the drips with his paws. I'll be okay, he mewed. Keep up! Breakenfur called to them. Falling in beside Mouse Whisker to guide him, Hollypaw quickened her pace. It was like running blind. Her paws fell on leaves, then mud, then tangled roots. She sniffed the air, her heart racing as she tried to picture where she was. This was how jaypaw must feel all the time. Only when her paws scraped against stone did she realize they had reached the old two-leg path. It was dotted with tufts of weeds, and she had to be careful not to trip. Stay close together, Brambleclaw warned. Hollypaw could only make out his shadow in the darkness. It'll be easy for WindClan cats to surprise us. What do WindClan want? The question whirled in Hollypaw's mind. All of our territory? But where would we go? We don't deserve this. Only ThunderClan had tried to help the other clans. Only ThunderClan had tried to help Only ThunderClan had tried to help when other clans refused. Daisy, Millie, Stormfur, and Brook would have had to survive as loners if ThunderClan hadn't welcomed them. And Firestar would have never been able to save ThunderClan, to save all the clans, if Bluestar hadn't taken him in as a kitty pet all those moons ago. Why did the other clans make such a fuss about it? Because the warrior code rejects kitty pets, loners, and rogues. As the grim answer flashed in Hollypaw's mind, the ground seemed to rock beneath her paws. Her clan had been ignoring the warrior code forever! Glancing ahead, she could just make out the abandoned two-legged nest looming darkly against the black sky. It seemed to sway in front of her. Ambush! Brambleclaw's yowl snapped her back to the alertness and realized that the nest was not swaying, but swarming with shadows of WindClan warriors. They streamed from the openings, their night-grayed pelts ghostly in the darkness. Spread out! Brambleclaw ordered. Where? Hollypaw tried to make out the signal he must be making with his tail, but it was too dark. Then WindClan were on him, and he disappeared altogether in a mass of shadowy pelts. She stared in terror as two warriors, Weaselfur and Emberfoot, streaked from the gloom, heading straight for her. Their eyes gleamed with hunger for blood. Her paws felt frozen. Then she was trembling to the ground with claws, while claws raked her sides like fire in her flesh. Remember your training! Anger shot through her like lightning, and she leapt to her paws, claws unsheathed, and lashed out at her attackers. She caught Weasel Fur across the muzzle and felt his blood splatter her fur. Mouse Whisker appeared beside her, his injured eye half closed, and lunged her amber foot while Holly Paw swiped again at Weasel Fur. She had to jump back as Breaking Fur rolled past, grappling with Torn Ear. Weasel Fur saw his chance and leaped for her, sending her staggering back with a heavy blow to her cheek. Her paws skidded on the stone path and she fell. The WindClan warrior's eyes flashed with triumph and he dropped on her, lips drawn back in a snarl. Blood roared in Holly Paw's ears as she fought panic. She twisted just in time to avoid the warrior's sharp teeth, then pushed out with her hind legs. Yes! She'd caught him in the belly and sent him lurching backwards. Leaping onto her paws, she ducked forward and sank her teeth into his hind leg. Well done! Breaking Fur was beside her. He reared up and slammed Weasel Fur to the ground. Holly Paw lunged again, tasting blood as she sank her teeth into his other hind leg. The WindClan warrior yowled in agony and streaked away into the shadows. Holly Paw reared up to scan the battle. Thornclaw was fighting off 2 WindClan cats. As he batted one away, the other dived in low, nipping at his legs. Cloudtail's white fur glowed in front of the 2-leg nest. WindClan warriors surrounded him. His pelt is giving him away! Beside her, Mouse Whisker suddenly shrieked. Amberfoot had pinned him to the ground. Mouse Whisker was flailing desperately, half blinded by the scratch to his eye. I'll help him! Breaking Fur hissed. You help Cloudtail! Holly Paw pelted forward, but Brambleclaw was already beside the white warrior. The ThunderClan deputy dragged the 2 WindClan cats from Cloudtail's back and flung them away like dead leaves. His eyes sparked as he spotted Holly Paw. We're outnumbered, he hissed. You'll have to ask Blackstar for help. Me? Holly Paw gasped. How could she persuade the ShadowClan leader to fight on behalf of ThunderClan? Just do it! Brambleclaw yowled. Blackstar would rather have us on their border than this fox-hearted bunch. The 2 WindClan warriors had scrambled to their paws and were diving back for revenge before Brambleclaw disappeared beneath a fury of bristling pelts. He glanced at her. Go! She turned and fled. Fear pulsed in her blood. How could she make it through ShadowClan territory alone? My clanmates need me. The thought gave her courage, and her black pelt would hide her. She slid through the shadows along the 2-leg path, veering into the woods when she scented the ShadowClan border. She had never been this way before. How will I find their camp? Sniffing, she scented her way along, feeling the forest floor change underfoot from broad, slippery leaves to prickly needles. The undergrowth grew sparse around her, the trunks thin and smooth as the territory passed from lush woodland to pine forest. Strong ShadowClan scents made her fur along her spine prickle. She must be crossing the border. Ducking low, she thanked StarClan for the darkness. She didn't want to be caught by a suspicious patrol. She wanted to get right into the camp to speak directly to Blackstar. She weaved through the woods, staying close to the trees, praying that their shadows would be enough to hide her. Where's the camp? Her heart pounded harder. She tasted the air. ShadowClan scent flooded her mouth. Hope fluttered in her belly as she ducked to sniff at the forest floor. A trail! Countless ShadowClan paws had passed here. It must lead to the camp. She followed the scent trail on trembling paws and, glancing up, saw a shadow looming ahead. A swath of brambles blocked the path. Could this be the camp? She slowed, pricking her ears. She could hear muffled mewling. A kit cried at the bramble leaves, and the bramble leaves rustled. This must be camp. She padded closer, skirting the brambles, wondering how she could find the entrance. Who's there? Oh, who's there? A snarl startled her. She blinked into the gloom as pine needles shifted ahead of her. A cat blocked her path. It was Ivytail. Holly Paw recognized her white and tortoiseshell pelt from gatherings. Breathing hard, she tried to explain. I'm Holly Paw from ThunderClan, she mewed. Brambleclaw sent me. I must talk to Blackstar. Ivytail approached cautiously, whiskers twitching as she sniffed at Holly Paw. She scanned the forest. Where's the rest of your patrol? There's only me. Holly Paw spotted a gap in the wall of the brambles. The entrance? Was Ivytail guarding it? No warrior should send an apprentice into enemy territory alone. Ivytail growled. Holly Paw dug her claws into the needle-strewn ground. I must talk to Blackstar, she repeated. My clanmates are being torn to shreds. Are you planning to distract him while your clanmates attack? Ivytail sneered. How stupid do you think we are? Hollypaw's patience snapped. She shouldered past the Shadow Clan warrior and darted for the gap in the brambles. Ivy Tail raced after her as she tore through the tunnel and burst into the Shadow Clan camp. What in the name of... A large tabby tom spun around to face Hollypaw as she skidded to a halt in the clearing. Where's Blackstar? She demanded. A tom bristled, his eyes round with surprise. Hollypaw! Thank you! A familiar voice sounded beside her. Hollypaw turned, relieved to see Tawny Pelt. You've got to help me! Her mew was choked with desperation. Slow down, Tawny Pelt soothed. There's no time to slow down, Hollypaw panted. Wind Clan are attacking, and Brambleclaw's patrol is outnumbered. He sent me to get help. Tawny Pelt stiffened. Come with me. She led Hollypaw across the clearing and beckoned her to follow her through a gap in the brambles. Inside, Hollypaw blinked, trying to see in the gloom. Blackstar. Tawny Pelt addressed a shadow at the back of the den. ThunderClan needs our help. She brushed Hollypaw's flank with her tail, and Hollypaw guessed she was inviting her to speak. Blackstar. She dipped her head low. I'm sorry for breaking into your camp, but it's a matter of life and death. Wind Clan have invaded our territory. They're all over our forest, and we're outnumbered. You have to help us or they'll drive us away. Blackstar stepped from the shadows, his eyes wide with worry. Fetch Russet Fur, he whispered to Tawny Pelt. The Shadow Clan she-cat slipped from the den, leaving Hollypaw alone with Blackstar. How many Wind Clan warriors? He asked. It seems like all of them, except the elders and kits. Where are they? Brambleclaw's fighting a patrol at the abandoned two-leg nest. Hollypaw tried to stop her voice from shaking. Firestar followed some to the border, and Dustpelt went to follow another patrol by the lake. A voice sounded at the entrance. Sounds like a very well-planned invasion. Russet first slid into the den. Tawny Pelt at her side. Hollypaw turned to face the Shadow Clan deputy. It is! We were totally unprepared! Russet First's whiskers twitched. ThunderClan caught off guard. Is that amusement in her mew? Hollypaw bristled with rage. My clanmates might be dying while you talk. Russet Fur blinked. Yes. She sat down beside her leader. This is serious. We can't let one clan be driven out. Hollypaw stared at Blackstar. Was he going to say anything? Russet Fur went on. There have always been 4 clans. One Star seems to have forgotten that. We will all be more vulnerable if one disappears. She narrowed her eyes. But should Shadow Clan risk its warriors to fight ThunderClan's battle? Yes! Hollypaw stared at Blackstar. Oh, please say yes! Blackstar stood up. We will come. Relief flooded Hollypaw. Russet Fur will organize the patrol. Don't be long. Hollypaw longed to beg him to hurry, but Tawny Pelt brushed her lips with the tip of her tail. I'll go with Hollypaw now, she suggested, and give what help I can till the others arrive. Blackstar narrowed his eyes. Did he suspect that Tawny Pelt was just worried about her brother, Brambleclaw, and her former clanmates? Who cares? Let's just go! Blackstar nodded. Very well. Tawny Pelt dipped her head and backed out of the den. Thank you so much! Hollypaw burst out before scooting after the she-cat. She almost tripped over the kits tumbling around Tawny Paw's pelts just outside Blackstar's den. Dawn Kit, Flame Kit, stay out of the way, Tawny Pelt scolded. A third kit stomped up and down in front of her. We want to go to battle, he squeaked. Tiger Kit, have you been eavesdropping again? Tawny Pelt glared at the dark tabby kit, but it was easy to see the fondness in her gaze. Hollypaw felt a purr rumble in her throat at the sight of their short, fluffy tails. Sorry about my kits. Tawny Pelt apologized. They can't wait to become warriors. I remember feeling just the same way, Hollypaw mewed. Tawny Pelt hustled the kits towards the yew bush. A white queen waited at the entrance. Look after them, Snowbird. Tawny Pelt meowed as the queen shushed them into the den with her tail. Make sure they don't leave camp. Snowbird nodded. I know all their tricks, she promised. Bye, Tawny Pelt. Dawn Kit mew was muffled by Snowbird's fur. I'll be back before you know it, Tawny Pelt promised. She glanced at Hollypaw and added under her breath, StarClan willing. She darted out of camp like a shadow. Hollypaw paused, glancing up at the sky. The clouds were thinning, scudding across the moon. StarClan, help us, she whispered. Tawny Pelt was waiting outside the camp. Follow me. She led Hollypaw through the woods and into a sloping field. A stream cut through it. This was the land ThunderClan had given to ShadowClan moons ago. Two Legs lived here in strange, flapping tents, but only in Greenleaf. Keep low, Tawny Pelt warned. She ducked and streaked across the grass, leaping the stream where it narrowed near the top of the field. A few two-legged nests rustled in the breeze, but there was no sign of life apart from the gentle growling from inside. They were in ThunderClan forest within heartbeats. Tawny Pelt clearly knew the territory well. She headed straight for the two-legged path and followed it, her paws almost silent on the stone. Hollypop pricked her ears, suddenly terrified. Had she been gone too long? Had WindClan chased off her clanmates already? A screech told her that the battle still raged. Tawny Pelt began to run, and Hollypop hared after her. The two-legged nest loomed ahead of them, yowls splitting the air. Cloudtail's white pelt was stained and ragged as he struggled with the shadowy shapes of two WindClan warriors. Breakenfur screeched in fury as he threw a tabby tom from his back. Bramaclaw and Mouse Whisker fought side by side, driving a line of WindClan cats back against the stone side of the two-legged nest. With a battle cry, Tawny Pelt flung herself into the fray. Hollypaw stared. Would this battle never end? Unsheathing her claws, she raced to defend her clanmates. I knew it was gonna go to jaypaw next chapter. Ah! Scrolling up. I don't understand. Hollypaw discovered the foxhole. Linepaw also saw it. Why wasn't anything said? Why did they decide to completely ignore that detail going forward until the battle? I think it was because I think it's because they were still scared about, like, when they discovered the tunnel beforehand. Like, they know of its existence. They have too much knowledge about it, you know? Like, they know what it is as they were going through it. Like, they could have played dumb, but I feel like they were still stuck in that headspace of, like, this is our kept secret. We're not gonna talk about it. Chips? No chips. I'm sorry. I know. One day, tired, one day. Chapter 14. I can't stand hearing it and doing nothing. Friend Cloud crouched in the clearing beside Jaypaw. Distant wails and screeches echoed from the forest. We need you here in case the camp is attacked again, Jaypaw pointed out. Waiting is worse than fighting, Ferncloud growled. Concentrate on noises inside the camp. What noises? Ferncloud stiffened beside him as she strained to listen. Couldn't she hear the murmuring and shuffling from inside Firestar's den? Longtail and Mousefur were sheltering there with Millie, Daisy, and the kits. From the sound of it, they were having trouble finding room. Where am I supposed to sit? Longtail complained. Just stay where you are, Mousefur croaked. If you move, you might tread on another kit. Another bout of mewling started, followed by Millie's soothing mew. It's all right, little ones. Isn't it fun to be in the leader's den? Well, I want to be outside fighting, Toadkit squeaked. Not stuck in this hole. You'll turn your mother's fur white with talk like that, Mousefur scolded. You're too young to fight. Stop complaining and make yourself useful like Rosekit. Rosekit was mewling softly to the younger kids, helping to quiet them. Do you think they'll attack the camp again? Daisy fretted. Whatever happens, no cat's gonna harm our kits, Millie growled. But Jaypaw could hear fear in her mew. There was nothing she could do to help her clanmates figure fighting out in the forest. Graystripe, Whitewing, and Icepaw paced outside the barrier, guarding the entrance. They were too busy listening for danger to speak. Icepaw's fur scuffed against the forest floor from time to time, her paws scrabbling on the fallen leaves. She must be practicing battle moves. Inside the hollow, Brightheart restlessly circled the camp. Occasionally she stopped, and Jaypaw guessed she was scanning the ledges along the steep rock walls in case any WindClan warriors were trying to sneak down in a stealth attack. Jaypaw trusted her senses. Her one eye made her hearing and sense of smell almost as good as his own. No cat could steal past her. And even if they did, Cinderpaw was prowling the clearing, every hair on her pelt bristling. Are you sure your leg's okay? Jaypaw was worried. She'd been pacing on it too long. It's much stronger with all the swimming, Cinderpaw promised. Just rest a while, Jaypaw advised. I'll rest on the high ledge. Jaypaw wondered whether to stop her from struggling up the tumble of rocks, but there was such determination in her voice that it seemed pointless to argue. Leafpool's memory of the badger flashed in his mind, part of his own memories now. Black and white fur crashing through bramble walls, snapping jaws, the stench of blood, kits mewling in terror. Cinderpelt had died to protect them. Was Cinderpelt's mind echoing that with that memory now? If it was, then nothing he could say would stop her from guarding the kits. He listened to the scrabbling up the high ledge, praying her leg wouldn't slip on the loose rocks, relieved when she mounted the ledge and settled at the mouth of Firestar's cave. Leafpool was in her den, shifting through leaves and sorting herbs. Jaypaw could smell their pungent aromas mingled as she mixed poultices and ointments, ready for the wounded. We've got everything covered, Jaypaw comforted FernCloud. ThunderClan won't be taken as easily as One Star thinks. FernCloud shifted on her paws. Now tell me what you really think. What do you mean? It wasn't like FernCloud to be skeptical. It's your duty to encourage your clanmates, but what has StarClan told you about this battle? Jaypaw shook his head. How could he tell her that he'd had no warning? Yet he wouldn't lie to defend his ancestors. Why had they let ThunderClan down? StarClan didn't tell us anything, he murmured. Nothing at all? Nope. FernCloud huddled in a tighter crouch, her whiskers trembling. Were StarClan as surprised as ThunderClan by this attack? Or were they simply on WindClan's side? Bramble swished. How did Cinderpaw get up there? Leafpool's mew was taut with worry. She climbed up? Jaypaw replied. Leafpool bristled. I told her to rest her leg, Jaypaw explained. It was the only place she would settle. Hadn't he proven already that he knew what was best for Cinderpaw? Why couldn't Leafpool believe that Cinderpaw's leg was healing? Leafpool called up to Cinderpaw. Don't try climbing down without help. I don't need help, Cinderpaw mewed. My leg's fine. She's smart enough to be careful, Jaypaw pointed out. She's worked hard to recover, and she knows better than both of us what she can and can't manage. He pressed on. Don't forget that she wants to become a warrior. She's not going to do anything that will threaten that. Leafpool didn't reply. Just trust her, Jaypaw urged. And trust me. Leafpool sighed. Can you tell what's going on in the forest? Relieved to change the subject, Jaypaw cast his hearing beyond the confines of the hollow, concentrating on the faraway shrieking, and gradually began to recognize yowls and screeches. Dustpelt's patrol is fighting by the lakeside, he told her. Firestar's patrol has been ambushed near the WindClan border, and Brambleclaw's patrol is under attack near the two-leg nest. He wished she hadn't asked him. Now his mind swirled with images of cats fighting, of blood-soaked pelts, and flesh ripping between teeth. He shivered. Let me go out there, he begged. Leafpool stiffened. No way! Our clanmates are getting injured, he protested. I could bring them back to the hollow. He had to do something to help his clan. He was no use here, even if WindClan attacked. But it's dark, Leafpool argued. Do you think that makes a difference to me? Jaypaw let his wide, blank gaze rest on her. In fact, it'll help. I'll be able to hear cats when they can't see me. He sensed Leafpool soften. You will be careful, though. I'm not going to get myself hurt. I'm too important to let that happen. I love him. It would be good to start treating the wounded as soon as we can. Jaypaw sensed a tremor beneath her mew. There had never been a battle like this before, fought in so many places within a single territory. He reached into her mind and found her thoughts swathed, not in fog, but in darkness. They were all flailing around in the unknown. Jaypaw stood up. The sooner I get there, the better. Leafpool leaned forward and pressed her muzzle to his cheek. Be careful, she whispered. Outside the thorn tunnel, Jaypaw sensed Greystripe tense with surprise. Where are you going? The Grey Warrior demanded. Leafpool says I can go look for wounded cats. Greystripe hesitated. Do you want an escort? Whitewing offered. It'll be easier to stay hidden if I'm on my own, Jaypaw responded. Keep low, Greystripe advised. If you hear trouble, head away from it. I will, Jaypaw promised. He padded away from the hollow. StarClan be with you! As he weaved through the trees, picking his way over roots and around trailing bushes, Jaypaw wondered if any cats were with him. What about Fallen Leaves' ancestors? Or the tribes? He paused. Which battle was closest? Pricking his ears, he heard a wail from the shore, the lake. He checked there first. With all that screeching, there was bound to be injuries. He headed towards the scent of water, his paws slipping on the slope as it steepened towards the top of a low ridge. As he neared the crest, he heard a grunt on the other side. A body smacked onto the ground. Jaypaw tasted the air, recognizing the scents of sorreltail and honeyfern. Honeyfern hissed, and claws scraped fur. A yowl split the air, and paws scrambled against the leafy forest floor. Who are they fighting? He tasted the air again, expecting to smell WindClan, but the scent was different, watery, with a hint of fish. What? RiverClan! Two of them, by the smell of it. What in StarClan name were they doing here? Ducking low, he crept forward, nosing his way under a red currant bush. Its soft leaves stroked his pelt. It should give him good cover. He pulled himself forward, careful not to make the bush rustle. One of the RiverClan cats was taunting Honeyfern. Call yourself a warrior? Call yourself a cat? Honeyfern retorted. Pelt brushing pelt, the two cats rolled, tussling on the ground. This is too easy, the other RiverClan cat hissed. Sorreltail yelped in pain. Fresh air bathed Jaypaw's muzzle, then a strong smell of fish as a RiverClan pelt brushed his nose. Screeching a battle cry, he shot forward with his claws unsheathed and sank them into the glossy pelt in front of him. The RiverClan Tom screeched in surprise. Thanks, Jaypaw! Sorreltail called. Jaypaw ducked back as his clanmates fell upon their attackers, paws scrambling in the sudden desperation. The RiverClan cats were on the defense now. Thought we were easy prey, didn't you? Honeyfern's growl was followed by a yowl of pain from one of the RiverClan warriors. They're running away! Sorreltail cheered. Let's chase them home! Honeyfern yowled. Her paws thrummed on the earth as she harried the pursuit of fleeing warriors. Thank you for the pizza! Ugh! Sorreltail squealed as she tried to give chase and stumbled to a clumsy halt. Jaypaw darted out from the bush. What's wrong? I've twisted my paw. He sniffed at the forepaw she held out gingerly. It was hot, but not swollen. Gently, he grasped it between his paws and lifted it. Then he gave it a soft shake. Sorreltail gasped but didn't screech. Placing it carefully down, Jaypaw told her, It's sprained, not broken, but I need to get you back to camp. I can't go now, Sorreltail gasped. RiverClan have joined the attack. There are more of them down on the shore. They attacked us from behind while we were fighting WindClan. Her mew was filled with outrage. What did we ever do but help them? Why are they trying to drive us out of our home? Jaypaw couldn't answer. He didn't know why any of this was happening, and StarClan wasn't giving any answers. Is Honeyfern all right? Just a few scratches, Sorreltail replied. Once she's seen these two off, she'll rejoin the patrol. She joined to go. I should get back to them too. Jaypaw darted in front of her, ready to block her path, but it wasn't necessary. She gasped in pain when she tried to put weight on her sprained paw. Let's get that seen to, he mewed. He pressed against her shoulder and began to guide her up the slope back towards the camp. With a pang, he remembered helping Cinderpaw this way after her accident with the warrior assessment. That seemed like moons ago now. I'm not a raccoon, silly goose. I'm a tiger. Panting, they neared camp, Jaypaw stumbling under her weight. He was relieved when he heard Graystripe pounding towards him. Here, let me take over. The Grey Warrior nosed him out of the way and supported Sorreltail for the last few paw steps into camp. Leafpool hurried across the clearing to meet them, comfrey leaves bundled in between her jaws. Lay here, she ordered, dropping the comfrey. She's in safe paws now. Jaypaw turned, preparing to go out again. Wait! Graystripe blocked his path. What's it like out there? RiverClan are fighting with WindClan, Jaypaw told him. I'll try to find out how far they've gotten into our territory. He padded past Graystripe, feeling the warrior's tail touch his back. Try to reach Firestar, Graystripe meowed. Warn him about RiverClan, but don't take any risks. Aw, Jaypaw's like the sneaky, he's like sneaking through the forest in the darkness, telling everybody. He's like the communication pigeon. Jaypaw pushed his way through the thorn barrier once more and headed inland, towards the border where he could hear Firestar's patrol battling the WindClan ambush. Ashfur's yowl rang through the trees, desperate but determined. They hadn't been beaten yet. Jaypaw weaved through the trees, feeling his way with his whiskers, keeping low. His pelt brushed as he remained alert for any sound other than the distant cries of battles. Stupid brambles! A sudden unfamiliar mew sent... Sorry. A sudden unfamiliar mew sent jaypaw scooting backwards into a clump of ferns. They swallowed him and he froze, relieved to be hidden. Did you hear that? The mew was only a few tail lengths away. Jaypaw tasted the air. RiverClan again! Hear what? That rustle. Everything rustles in this dumb place. 4 RiverClan cats were making clumsy progress through the woods. One of them tripped, setting a whole bramble bush rattling. Can you make any more noise, Reed Whisker? Shut up, Mosspelt. You're the one that yelped like a kit when you fell down that rabbit hole. Jaypaw's whiskers twitched, like fish out of water. He waited for them to pass. They're headed for the WindClan border. Firestar's patrol. He had to get there first. He backed out from the ferns as quietly as he could and darted along a fox trail. He knew it led directly to the border stream. For once, he was grateful for the stench of fox. It made it easy to follow the trail and would hide his own scent. The sound of battle grew louder. Jaypaw smelled blood and sensed fear and pain flooding the forest. He swallowed as he scuffled ahead and tasted the air. Lionpaw. The scent of his brother was strong. He pricked his ears. Lionpaw was fighting 2 WindClan warriors single-pawed. Jaypaw unsheathed his claws, wishing he could help. But Lionpaw sounded as though he was doing okay by himself. One of the WindClan warriors was already hopping on 3 legs, and the other was scrambling on the ground, backing away in a hurry. Run away, home, cowards! Lionpaw sneered as the bushes beside Jaypaw exploded with 2 WindClan warriors, as 2 WindClan warriors pelted past him. Lionpaw? Jaypaw, is that you? Lionpaw darted towards him. Are you okay? He was breathing hard, and his pelt smelled of blood. Energy was pulsing from him as though a fire raged in his belly, and Jaypaw could sense that his mind was caught in a whirl of exhilaration. 4 RiverClan cats are headed this way to help WindClan, Jaypaw warned. RiverClan? Lionpaw sounded shocked for a moment. Then his mew hardened. I'll sort them out. He hurried away, leaving Jaypaw blinking in surprise. You can't tackle them on your own, Jaypaw called after him. But Lionpaw had vanished among the trees. Jaypaw? Firestar's mew sounded close to his ear. What are you doing here? RiverClan have joined WindClan in the battle. Firestar drew in a sharp breath. Fear flickered from his pelt for an instant. Go tell Brambleclaw. The ThunderClan leader's mew was grim. Can you find the way? Jaypaw nodded. We're outnumbered here, Firestar went on. We may need to retreat to the hollow and defend ourselves there. I know, Lionpaw's like, ah! Let's go! Jaypaw's heart lurched. That would give WindClan control of the rest of the territory. It would no longer be a question of protecting their borders. They would be fighting for their lives. He longed for Firestar to tell him it would be all right, but the ThunderClan leader had plunged away, back into battle. Jaypaw lifted his muzzle, finding his bearings. The lake breeze was blowing from behind him. The sound of Brambleclaw's patrol screeched somewhere ahead. He pushed through the undergrowth, heading for the noise, whiskers twitching, paws feeling gingerly ahead with each step. He couldn't risk tripping and hurting himself. He had to warn the clan deputy about WindClan's RiverClan allies. Birds were stirring in the trees, chattering anxiously as the sound of battle unsettled the forest. The air began to taste warm. Dawn must be on its way. Jaypaw's forepaws slipped as the ground dipped down steeply in front of him. Unsheathing his claws, he skirted down the slope, half running, half falling into a soft swath of ferns at the bottom. Only a tail length away, claws scraped against stone. Cats hissed and yowled, and the air smelled of blood and of fish. The RiverClan was already here. He'd found Brambleclaw's patrol too late. Jaypaw trembled as he sensed exhaustion flooding from his clanmates. They couldn't hold out for much longer. Jaypaw? Hollypaw was backing through the ferns towards him. I thought I smelled you. Her words were slurred, and her pelt was sticky with blood. She was as close to being beaten as he'd ever known, and yet determination still stiffened her battered body. I should have brought traveling herbs to give her strength. What are you doing here? She panted. I came to warn you that RiverClan had come to help WindClan. Thanks, but we know. She mewed grimly. Suddenly, she pushed him back. Stay out of the way! Her paws were padding towards them. Paws were padding towards them. Jaypaw smelled a River Clan Tom advancing. A growl rumbled in Hollypaw's throat. Jaypaw sensed the power and energy rippling beneath the River Clan warrior's pelt. It was an unfair match. Hollypaw was exhausted. He had to help her. Crouching beside her, he faced the Tom and ripped at the ground with his claws. Then he froze. Another scent was tainting the air. Shadow Clan! Tawny Pelt was fighting close to Brambleclaw. Was Shadow Clan battling them too? Paws pounded up the two-leg path. More Shadow Clan! Jaypaw felt a wave of despair break over him. How could they possibly fight 3 clans? Had StarClan given up on them entirely? He stumbled back into the ferns. There was nothing he could do now to save his clan. Fur brushed his pelt. Tawny Pelt was beside him. What are you doing here? She demanded. Jaypaw lashed out his forepaw, aiming for her muzzle, rage burning in his belly. How could you attack your own kin? She blocked her blow with her paw. We came to help, she hissed. Hollypaw fetched us. She shoved him further back into the ferns. Get back to the hollow and stay out of trouble. What about Hollypaw? Snaketail and Scorchpaw will help her. Jaypaw tasted the air. 2 Shadow Clan warriors were fighting alongside Hollypaw now. Their scents mingled with the tang of fish-fowl blood spraying from her River Clan attacker. Her paws scrabbled against the path as she leaped forward, and, with a yowl of rage and pain, the River Clan cat pounded away into the forest. Go now! Tawny Pelt urged. She turned her head back into the fight, but Jaypaw pressed his paw to her flank. Firestar's outnumbered by the Wind Clan border, and Dustpelt struggling beside the lake. I'll send warriors to help them, Tawny Pelt promised. The ferns rustled as she hesitated. Wait, she hissed. Take Mouse Whisker with you. His eyes hurt. She leaped away and returned a moment later with the young warrior. I want to stay and fight, Mouse Whisker was protesting. Not with that eye, Tawny Pelt told him. I can see out of the other. That's not good enough. Jaypaw smelled blood. You can come back when I cleaned it up and fight even better, he promised. Mouse Whisker hesitated. Okay, he agreed, but we have to be quick. Tawny Pelt plunged back into battle. Come on, Mouse Whisker prompted. Side by side, they ran along the edge of the 2-leg path. Back towards camp. Mouse Whisker pressed against him, steering him through the undergrowth spilling from the edge of the forest. Jaypaw's head was full of the sounds of horror and spilling blood. The whole forest seemed alive with wailing and clawing and the ripping of fur. All 4 clans were fighting, and StarClan had told him nothing. Real. Dang, I don't remember this at all. I straight up don't remember this. Neither do I. Why did we blur such a huge moment out of our memories? Was it that traumatizing? Chapter 15. Lionpaw lunged at the last River Clan warrior. The other 3 had fled wailing into the forest already. Bruh, Lionpaw, OP as heck. But this one was cornered, backed up against the bramble, so tangled that even a ThunderClan cat would think twice about trying to escape through it. Mosspelt. Lionpaw recognized the blue-eyed tortoiseshell from the gatherings, but this wasn't a gathering, and he was going to make her sorry she'd ever set paw on his land. She crouched, trembling in front of him as he padded towards her, rage darkening his vision until all he could see was her round, frightened eyes. Lionpaw! Firestar's sharp mew made him freeze. Mosspelt darted past him and disappeared into the trees. Now look what you've done! Lionpaw turned on his leader. I could have finished her off! Wariness glittered in Firestar's eyes. I think she knew she was beaten. Lionpaw glanced down at his fur, clamped with blood, some fresh, some drying. What had he done? In the heat of battle, he wasn't always sure how he fought. He simply smelled blood and felt flesh tear beneath his claws. What about Wind Clan? Lionpaw wondered if the rest of the invaders had been beaten. We've just seen the last one back over the border, Firestar told him. Astra and Berrynose slid from the undergrowth, Spiderleg and Poppyfrost beside him. Astra was sticky with blood. One of Berrynose's ears was shredded at the tip. Spiderleg was limping badly, and Poppyfrost, ruffled and bleeding, was round-eyed with shock. What about the other patrols? Lionpaw insisted. We should go help them now that we've finished here. Firestar flicked his tail. Spiderleg got a bad belly wound. We need to get him back to camp before we check on the rest of the territory. Spiderleg was laying down, flanks heaving and blood oozing on the forest floor. Ashford dug his nose under his den mate's shoulder and pushed him to his paws. Come on, he encouraged. We'll get you back to Leafpool. Berrynose pressed against Spiderleg's other flank, and between the two of them, the two warriors began to half guide, half carry their injured clanmate towards the hollow. I'll go see if I can help the other patrols while you take Spiderleg back. Linepaw wasn't ready to return home. He could hear the other battles raging in the distance. He ought to be there, fighting. I can't let you go into the forest alone, Firestar told him. Was that fear in his eyes? Frustrated, Linepaw joined his clanmates as they headed for home. He tried to hurry them on by padding ahead, but Firestar kept calling him back. Spiderleg was panting, groaning with each step. Hurry up! At last they headed down the slope towards the thorn barrier. Linepaw halted at the entrance to let Ashfur and Berrynose help Spiderleg through. Firestar followed them in, but Linepaw hesitated. He could hear rustling in the bushes behind him. He stared in surprise. Jaypaw? His brother was trotting out of the trees with Mouse Whisker. Are you okay? Jaypaw called. His nose was twitching. I can smell blood. Linepaw shrugged. It's not mine. Mouse Whisker's eye was closed and swollen to the size of an apple. Is he okay? Linepaw asked. The cut just needs cleaning, Jaypaw told him. Apart from a few scratches, it's my only injury, Mouse Whisker meowed proudly. Jaypaw guided the injured warrior into camp, and Linepaw trailed after them. His claws itched to be fighting again. An apple? That's humongous. I think they messed up with the size. That's like the size of a cat's head. Maybe they have tiny apples where these cats live. RiverClan have come to help WindClan. Jaypaw was reporting to Firestar, but Blackstar has sent some cats to help us. Surprise lit Firestar's eyes. Blackstar is helping us? He sent a whole patrol. Firestar drew in a deep breath. Then all 4 clans are fighting in our territory. Jaypaw nodded. You'd better help Leafpool treat the injured. Leafpool is already crouching over Spiderleg, pressing leaves to his belly to stanch the bleeding. Firestar turned back to the entrance, signaling his patrol with his tail. At last! Linepaw flexed his claws and followed his leader through the barrier, refusing to step aside when he felt Ashfur pressing on his heels. His mentor slid past him as they emerged from the tunnel. You should clean yourself up, he meowed, glancing at Linepaw's sticky pelt. There'll be plenty of time for that after battle, Linepaw replied. Ashfur veered away from the patrol, shadowing its flank, his dark pelt rippling as he slid through the undergrowth. The sun was up now, rising above the trees into a pale, empty sky. Ashfur paused, prickling his ears. Then Firestar signaled for the rest of the patrol to halt. Cats approaching from WindClan's direction, Ashfur hissed. Linepaw tasted the air. WindClan. A whole patrol. He stiffened, tasting the air again to be sure. Heatherpaw. He bolted towards the approaching patrol, ignoring Firestar's cry for him to stop. As he darted like a bird through the undergrowth, his paws skimmed the ground. The sunlight glittered golden through the trees, making it easy to spot the WindClan patrol slinking like weasels through the forest. They were headed for the lake, hoping to finish off Dustpelt's patrol, no doubt. Linepaw could hear his clanmates' paws thrumming after him. They exploded from the bushes around him as he reached the WindClan cats. The enemy patrol scattered in panic, but not quickly enough. Ashfur knocked a brown tabby warrior to the ground, while Firestar flung himself at a black tom. Linepaw charged at 2 WindClan apprentices, shoving them aside. Behind them, Heatherpaw reared up on her hind legs, her blue eyes wide with shock. Linepaw lunged at her and grasped her scruff between his teeth. She struggled, wailing, as he dragged her through a wall of ferns and flung her to the ground in the small clearing beyond. Enclosed in the pale green cave, he pinned her down, letting his paws prick her skin. You told them about the tunnels, he hissed. I can't believe you betrayed me. I thought I could trust you to keep your mouth shut. It wasn't me. Rage surged beneath his pelt. So why is my forest filled with your clan? Heatherpaw struggled to escape from his grasp, twisting and biting him hard on the foreleg. I don't lie, she growled. It wasn't me, it was Sagekit. Why would he do that? Linepaw couldn't believe it. I saved his life. He was boasting to Weasel Fur about the tunnels he found, and then every cat in the clan knew. Linepaw stared down at her, stifling the urge to shred her fur. I don't believe you, he breathed. You've never forgiven me for wanting to be a loyal clan warrior. He leaned closer and dug his claws as she tried to wriggle away from his hot breath. I'll never forget this, Heatherpaw. I will be your enemy forever. He released her and turned away, swishing through the ferns with his paws trembling with rage. Had he really loved her once? He had been a different cat then. Now he was one of the three, and he walked a path Heatherpaw couldn't even dream of. Green eyes flashed in front of him. Where's Heatherpaw? Crowfeather was blocking his path. Get out of my way! The WindClan warrior peered past Linepaw. What have you done with her? Get out of my way! Linepaw lunged at Crowfeather, hooking his claws into the dark gray warrior's neck. He flung him through the ferns and thumped him onto the ground. Still gripping his throat, he leaped on top, tearing his flesh in a frenzy. Jesus Christ. Suddenly, his teeth sank into Lionpaw's shoulder and claws dug into his flank. Heatherpaw was dragging him off. Stop it! She shrieked. What are you doing? Startled by the terror in her voice, Linepaw froze. Crowfeather lay among the green ferns by his forepaws, bright red blood bubbling at his throat. Heatherpaw crouched over her mentor. Crowfeather! I'm okay. He lifted his head. Heatherpaw backed away as he staggered, spluttering to his paw. Shame sheared Lionpaw's pelt. The warrior code told him he didn't need to kill a cat to prove the battle was won. If Heatherpaw hadn't stopped him, he would have left Crowfeather dead. What have I become? Suddenly, the light changed. The bright morning air softened into shadow. Dawn seemed to give way to dusk. The birds fell silent. The screeching and wailing of battle ceased. The buzz of insects quieted as darkness seeped through the trees. Linepaw looked up. The sun was disappearing, swallowed by a great black disk, darker and more sharply defined than any cloud. What's happening? Heatherpaw's terrified mew hissed in Lionpaw's ear, but he couldn't answer. His voice was trapped in his throat, and his claws rooted in the ground. Around him the air chilled, and above, the sun vanished completely, plunging the forest into night. StarClan killed the sun! The shriek of a WindClan warrior rang through the forest. Instantly, cats began wailing, and the woods shivered as they fled, their paws thrumming through the pitch-black forest. We've got to get home, Crowfeather coughed. He dragged at Heatherpaw's scruff as she stood petrified beside Lionpaw. Come on! Wide-eyed, Heatherpaw turned to follow her mentor. I won't forget, Lionpaw hissed in her ear. As she disappeared into the forest, he watched the sun's dying rays bleed from the edge of the wide black circle. Jesus Christ. Oh, ladies, learning. Lionpaw is crazy. He's crazy. That one line, what was that line? This line right here, this paragraph, he released her and turned away, swishing through the ferns with his paws trembling with rage. Had he really loved her once? He had been a different cat then. Now he was one of the three, and he walked a path Heatherpaw couldn't even dream of. Holy moly! Lionpaw! Where are you, bro? Where are you? We lost you. You're lost somewhere out there. Also, now we know why it's called Eclipse, right? It's an eclipse. Chapter 16. Jaypaw pressed his nose to Sorreltail's paw. Linepaw, you're turning into a mini Berry Nose with Tiger Star's attitude. I don't think he's turning... Berry Nose is... I guess so. I guess Berry Nose is really full of himself. I think Linepaw is full of himself, but in his own head. Because he knows it has to be kept a secret. So it's not as obnoxious as Berry Nose, you know? But he's definitely a little spicy Tiger Star boy. Jaypaw pressed his nose to Sorreltail's paw. Leafpool had swathed it in damp comfrey leaves, and it seemed cooler already. How does it feel? Sorreltail lifted it. Much better. She glanced towards the barrier. I should get back to the fighting. No. Leafpool was cleaning up Mouse Whisker's eye beside them, soaking away the blood with wet moss. ShadowClan are helping us now, and, by the sound of it, there are going to be enough injuries to treat without you getting another. I don't think Lionpaw is necessarily arrogant. He's just taking the burden of being one of the three very seriously and also a psychopath. Lionpaw, there's still there. You can do it. You can break out of this still probably. I don't know. Although the camp felt empty, the forest rang with the chilling sounds of battle. Jaypaw pricked his ears to listen more closely. Firestar's patrol was fighting WindClan just above the hollow. Had they really been driven back that far? Shouldn't we take the injured cats to the den? He prompted. Spiderleg was already resting there, calmed by poppy seeds, his bleeding snatched by cobwebs. It'll be safer if the camp is overrun. The light is better out here now that the sun's up, Leafpool meowed. Besides, I think they like to see us. He knew she meant Daisy and the kits. Millie was organizing them on the high ledge. Now, who can remember what we do if strangers come into camp? Millie prompted. Take Millie's kit to the back of Firestar's cave, Rose-Kit squeaked. Then what? Millie was drilling them carefully. Then we stay with them inside in case strangers come in, Toadkit mewed. Where will I be? Just outside the cave, keeping guard with Daisy, Rose-Kit mewed. Mousefur's pelt brushed the rock beside Millie. Longtail and I will be defending the top of the rocks to stop any cat from getting onto the high ledge. And I'll be at the bottom, Brightheart called up from the clearing. Greystripe and Whitewing were still on guard outside the thorn tunnel. Icepaw had come inside the camp to practice battle moves with Cinderpaw and Ferncloud. You will be careful of your leg, won't you? Leafpool warned Cinderpaw. No heroics. No heroics, Cinderpaw promised. But if we're invaded, I'm not hiding inside the medicine den. Fear flashed from Leafpool's pelt. We won't be invaded, I'm sure. Will the ThunderClan patrols really be able to hold WindClan and RiverClan at bay? Don't forget ShadowClan are helping us now, Mouse Whisker meowed. I was fighting beside one of their apprentices when Tawnypelt dragged me away. They're pretty good fighters. We were about to overpower a WindClan warrior. His tail swished over the ground. Sit still, Leafpool chided. Mouse Whisker was obviously itching to get back to battle. Didn't he understand how serious this was? All four clans were fighting. No warning from StarClan. No clear reason for the battle. Jaypaw headed for the medicine cat's den to soak more leaves for Sorreltail's dressing, but as he neared the entrance, the air grew chilly around him. His fur fluffed up, prickling along his spine. Why is it getting darker? Rose-Kit mewed echoed around the hollow from above his head. Was a storm coming? Greystripe and Whitewing were hurrying through the tunnel. What's happening? Greystripe called. Oh, why is the clan getting dark? The camp getting dark, Daisy's mew trembled. The sky's still light. The sun's disappearing. Brightheart's terrified wail made Jaypaw stiffen. This couldn't be a cloud passing over the sun. The birds in the forest had fallen silent. Even the fighting had stopped. What was going on? He darted back to Leafpool. What does she mean? Something's swallowing the sun, Leafpool whispered. Millie's kits started mewling, their cries muffled as their mother gathered them to her. Leafpool pressed against Jaypaw. We have to stay calm. Her body was shaking, but her mew was steady. It's probably a message from StarClan. It will pass. What message? Ferncloud demanded. Greystripe leaned closer. Are they trying to are they trying to stop us from fighting? I don't know, Leafpool stammered. They've never hidden the sun. Only the moon. Why send a message now? They hadn't given any warning before. Jaypaw's blood turned to ice. This was nothing to do with StarClan. It was Soul who had warned them about this. Soul who had told them a darkness was coming. A darkness that was beyond the control of StarClan. Beyond even their powers of sight. Sol had tried to warn them of that the sun would disappear, but they hadn't listened to him. Wailing swept down towards the camp, and paws thundered near the barrier. Were they being attacked? Graystripe's claws sprayed the earth as he dashed to the camp entrance. Brightheart hurled after him. Jaypaw held his breath as the thorn barrier rattled and cats exploded into the clearing. ThunderClan. Jaypaw smelled the raw, fierce scent of his clanmates returning from battle, along with the stench of blood. Wounded cats, too scared to worry about their injuries. What is this? Why is this happening? Where's the sun gone? Has StarClan abandoned us? Terror pulsed from every pelt. Can we hide in the nursery? Icepaw begged Ferncloud. Lionpaw tore through the thorn tunnel and skidded to a halt beside Jaypaw. Hollypaw was at his heels. Jaypaw sniffed them quickly, relieved to find they weren't badly wounded. Has the sun really gone out? Yes. Lionpaw kneaded the ground. It is dark like nighttime? More like dusk. Hollypaw weaved around him, her fur bristling. But the sun's really gone. Lionpaw brushed his tail against Jaypaw's shoulder. There is a thin circle of flame in the sky where it used to be, but the rest of the sun has been covered up. Why can't I see? Is everyone safe? Firestar demanded. As safe as any cat, Graystripe growled. Where are the other clans? Fled back to their territories, Brambleclaw called from the barrier. Whimpers and yowls rippled through the clan. Ferncloud! Icepaw meowled. Where are you? I can hardly see. Everyone keep calm, Firestar ordered. I don't know what's happening, but we are warriors and we must face it with courage. Slowly, the clan began to quiet. He padded towards Leafpool. Can you tell us what is happening? She mentioned Sol's warning. StarClan hasn't spoken to me directly, she mewed. Jaypaw flexed his claws because they didn't know. This must be an omen, Leafpool continued, to stop the battle. But the battle wasn't our fault, Hazeltail wailed. WindClan started it, hissed Whitewing. Why do we have to suffer? Ferncloud yowled. Leafpool's tail stirred the air. But it has ended the battle. That must have been what StarClan intended. Are we gonna live in darkness from now on? Thornclaw sounded more outraged than scared. Wait! Leafpool called. It's getting lighter. The sun's coming back. Holy. Okay. I think we can stop now. Water. Hi, Phil! Water. Finally, it's calmed down. The battle has ended. The clans have scattered. We made it. We did it. Whew. I read an extra 50 pages. Like I said, it actually ended just at when I needed to end. I've been here just a bit quiet. How's your brain? Is it well? Is it not stinky anymore? Is it less stinky? I hope it's less stinky. There's too many exciting things for stank to be stanking. You know what I mean? Gotta melt on top. Ooh, 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 ah, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, 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 ah, ooh, ah, bow, bow. Better not 100%, but being here helps. Yeehaw! Nice. That's the kind of news I like to hear. That's the kind of stuff I like to hear in my little brain. Whew. Hopefully next Wednesday I get off in time to listen again. Yeah! We'll finish next week. Oh my god, guys, we're nearing the end. We're nearing the end. And there's even more crazy stuff ahead of us. I didn't even remember this crazy stuff. And there's more crazy stuff. Holy moly. I genuinely can't believe I forgot that. That's like a really big, like, character point for Lionpaw when he, like, is losing his mind. Well, I guess he's not losing his mind. He's losing his innocence. He's going a little cuckoo crazy. You know what I mean? He's like here, but he's like, you know. Dude, that's a huge battle too. Like, I do not remember this. I know! It's like, I don't remember. When was the last time all the clans fought together? Like, fought against each other? I don't even remember a moment when that happened. great power comes great responsibility. Memento. True. Real. There's like... It's never happened in the current series. Yeah! It was like about to happen when in the first series, it was about to happen in the first series, but then Blood Clan came and it wasn't the 4 clans against each other. It was the 4 clans against Blood Clan. And the time when Wind Clan, because Wind Clan was so weak for so long, they couldn't really fight in battles. They were always like losing, right? And when it was Tiger Clan and quote unquote Lion Clan, it was more so like they were just, like living in a messed up reality of clans. All right, who shall we read, guys? I mean, raid. What? What? Cornchip got an invite for Hades too? Oh my god, Quarry, you lucky little butt. You stinky little lucky little butt. Baffling. I'm rating him. Can't believe this. I can't believe this. Shocking. Also, my gosh darn chat keeps... Guys, would you be really mad at me if I got rid of this chat and switched to a different chat that didn't break every single stream? I love the Animal Crossing, but oh my gosh, it breaks every single stream. Every single stream. And usually I don't notice until like way later. And then it's just dumb. You know what I mean? Dumb. Thanks for Cat Wednesday. Bye, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna buy Zao. I'm gonna play Zao. I'm gonna play Tales of Kenzera Zao because I want to really badly, and so I will. I will do it. Also, I realized that there's a free version of Doki Doki Literature Club, but then there's a not free version of Doki Doki Literature Club called Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. So I'm guessing I get the plus. Also, there's like 10 seconds left of this almost raid. So, bye guys! Say hi to Cornchip for me. I will anyways, but yeah, bye!